T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning, guys. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I hope it was everything that you needed to get your mind ready to absorb what it is that we have to talk about today. I want to talk about buy limit orders. I'm going to take a picture here, I think, of two different things. Let me just, because I don't want to point out the specific person here. I just want to point out the problem. And I think there might be a little bit of an unknowing issue that's happening within our community, and we don't even know that we're our own problem. So let me put this over here real quickly. I'm going to put it over here to the side, take everything off. This was posted on Twitter. I'm not going to say by who because, you can figure it out. If you really wanted to dig down deep and try and look at this, you can figure out who it is. But I want to talk about the issue, not the person. This person put in a limit order here. As you can see down here, you can see that this is indeed a limit order. The order was placed at 16:07:18 EDT on the 22nd. The limit price was $15.39, and the average fill price was $15.39. But it didn't get filled until 19:59:22, and it was for a total of 812 shares. And this included extended hours trading in their order. Oops, man, I think I have like Tourette's or something. Parkinson's. I don't know what it is, but I can't. Oh boy, I can't draw. Anyways, and it was good till canceled. So they had this set up until they wanted this to go until September 20th, 2022. So there was no this order was like, I want you to fill this no matter what at all costs going forward. This is like 812 shares. I want these no matter what, but I don't want them for anything more than $15.39. Why is this important? I just want the whole community to understand that this right here, this entire order, is the kind of order that drives the price down in a stock. What somebody is essentially saying here is they're saying, I don't believe that the stock value is worth anything more than $15.39. It's not what most people would say is no. That's him saying, I just want it at that price. But I'm sitting here telling you that if the market sees an order for $15.39 for 812 shares, and the price, could possibly potentially make the market drive the price to that point to fill that order in order to complete it, especially if it's anywhere near $15.39. An order like this, the whole reason this topic was brought up was because this order had red volume, and the person wanted to know, why in the world did my order create red volume? I bought. I didn't sell. I bought. I should have green volume. And the answer, truly and honestly, is that no, because you had an order for $15.39 because it was lower than the current market ask price. It dropped the value of the stock. Because the order was completed and filled and dropped the value from $15.40. How do I know? Because they gave the answer. And the answer is right here. They showed in the time and sales where their order went through at $15.39. You can see previously the share price was trading at $15.40 and higher. You can see down below where the order was placed, the minutes leading into that, the order price was actually higher, or the market price was actually higher at $15.43, then $15.40, $15.43, $15.40, $15.40, $15.39. Order was filled. This means that a seller sold the shares for $15.39 to complete the order, to make an 812 share order, driving the price down, not up. So when you place limit buy orders, what do? They basically say, I don't want anything higher than this price. especially if you're putting it below market price. So price has to come down in order to meet that. But Casey, surely there must be a way for me to get a limit order and still have a positive effect on price going up. Yes, there absolutely is. I'm going to write this in green because, oh no, maybe I'll write it in, can I get green? Yeah, let's write it in green. How do you get the price to go up with a limit buy order? Place the order? I cannot write. I don't even know why I'm trying to do this. I can't write with this. I need a stylus or something. Let's see. Place. I'm gonna try again. PLACE. Come on, Casey. Get in here. Place the bid higher than the current market value. Place the bid higher. Because then what you're saying is I'm willing to buy this for more than what the current asking price is, and your order will start completing immediately and it will start buying the ask side. This is the ask side of the bids over here. This is somebody saying over here, I'm willing to sell my shares for $15.70 when the price over here is $15.57. If somebody placed a bid order, a limit buy order right this second for $16, the price would instantly jump from $15.57 to $15.70 because that is the nearest ask, unless somebody decided to sell shares into the order at a lower price than $15.70. If you put a limit bid buy order higher than the current asking price or lit market price of $15.57 right here, you will get your order completed at whatever price is over here on the asking side. That's how you drive the price upwards. This is what is considered slapping the ask. You want to buy at market price, which is $15.70. Right now, at this very moment, you can see it says $15.70 is the next order. There's 20 shares available to be sold at $15.70. You're either going to slap that ask with a market buy, or you're going to submit a limit buy order higher than that value. Whatever the current most highest ask is, that's going to be, there it is. Now we got 15, the 1570 is gone. There's now a 1568 and a 1564. Any limit buy order now will be purchased at 1564. You can see that there was a value, there is a purchase at 1564. If I pull up the time and sales over here, you can see it went from 1557 to 1564. 16 and 34 shares were purchased at that price. I'm telling you guys, this is probably one of the biggest problems that we have inside our own group of retail investors is people keep putting in limit buy orders for lower than what the current price is. If you're doing that, you're helping to drive the price down. You're just flat out simply helping to drive the price down. Whatever limit buy order you put in lower than the current price of the stock is helping to drive the price down. Let that sink in. Just let it sink in, because that's exactly what you've done. It is very, very important, guys. Slapping the ask or buying a limit order higher than the current going price, because otherwise a limit buy order is going to help to drive the price down. So I'm just throwing this out there because I want to make sure that you guys understand what it is that your orders are doing. The way I like to think of limit buy orders, I like to think of them in the exact opposite of how you would normally think about buy low, sell high. People always say that all the time, right? They say buy low, sell high. But when it comes into regards of limit orders, you actually want to place limit orders high, buying high, and you want to place limit orders selling low. It's the exact opposite. Buy limit high, sell limit low. The reason for that is this. Buy limit high helps to drive the price upwards. Sell limit low means that you can't get a price worse than what it is that you've put in there. So let's just throw out an example for sell limit low. When price is rising, and I'm just going to throw out an example here. Don't take these numbers as specific numbers to any place where we're going to go, but I'm going to use Computer Shares 3,500 limit that they've set. Let's say you wanted to get $3,600 for your shares. If you play, and let's say that let's suppose for a second that the price of the shares are $36 or $3,610, and you place your limit sell order for $3,600. What you're saying to the market is, I am willing to take a price at $3,600 or higher, whatever it may be. Your order will be completed at market value or down to $3,600, but nothing less. So your limit is, I don't want to sell for anything less than $3,600. Not, I want my limit to be as high as it possibly can go. I want my limit to be this. I will not accept any order beyond this amount lower. Please sell my shares for anything higher than $3,600. Please never, ever, ever, ever put in a value that's rounded like that. If you really and truly honestly want your shares to be filled or your orders to be filled, please make sure you put in some number that's something that's not like $3,600 in the future. Make sure you put in like $3,600 and 82 cents or something like that. Just if you put it on really round numbers, you might have a difficult time getting your orders filled. I'm going to link you guys. I think if I can find it here, hold on one second. Understanding order types is in my description box. I've had it here for a long time, and I thought, I was hoping people were reading it, but I don't know that they are. So I'm going to link it up to the top here, pin it to the top. This tells you what orders do and how they may help you or not help you. I don't know if I've specifically talked. I think I did talk about buying orders and how they have an effect on price in that, but please read that and understand what order types do. They really do have an effect and an impact on the market. Good morning to everybody, guys. I just want to throw that out there. Casey's Broken Cup says, Casey, will you please touch on this again at some point later today as more filter and I feel is very important clarification. Absolutely. I think it is too. I plan on talking about this several times throughout the day today, and I want to make sure that it gets out to as many people as possible. I'm gonna kind of go a little bit on a mission actually on this and start making sure that everybody knows in the entire market, as far as retail goes, is to understanding what a limit order does. Because I have a feeling that a lot of people are going like, well, I just want to try and get it at the lowest price as possible. Well, you may potentially, because of that, be driving the price down further. So that's not really conducive to what it is that we want to have happen. So when you ask, how come price isn't going up? We may have a lot of people out there who are placing in limit buy orders lower than current asking price. So just kind of keep that in mind. The more that we get educated on this, that understand that in order for us to help have pressure driving the price upwards, we have to be willing to put in that we're willing to buy more shares at a higher value. I know it's painful because everybody wants to try and get shares for as cheap as possible. I get it. Trust me, I totally understand the concept of like, I want to get these shares as cheap as possible. But it's that mental attitude of trying to get those shares at a cheaper value that helps to push the value down. But good morning to you guys. Yo says, Casey, I like that you explain that without saying noob, stupid, or idiot. Kudos. A lot of mean words get spoken about little things like, hey man, we're all learning here. We're all really learning here, and I don't want anybody to feel we're all on the same side here. it's important to understand these things, and a lot of people just don't understand, and we gotta teach each other. If we don't teach each other, we're we're never gonna we're never gonna learn. We're never gonna progress like we want to. Alrighty, so um, now that we've talked about that, I know that's we'll talk about it again a few times throughout the day. I will go ahead and move on to the numbers, and we can take a look and see what happened from Friday. Good morning, Jeff. Everybody in the car? Everybody? Sub has the boss says, so in other words, buy when the price is going up from the dip. That does help as well. When people stop buying as price starts to move up, that doesn't continue to apply. Sorry, I'm words. Man, today's song is a perfect song. Words so hard. When you still have buying pressure into a rising price, that still applies more buying power or pressure onto the price. So absolutely, when people decide that, oh, I'm not going to continue to buy because price is rising, then you don't have price continue to rise because there's no more pressure any longer. Buck says Adam Aron told the crowd that there were three people that didn't belong and the rest were apes. Um, I'm curious. I'm curious. I'm curious if how many people that he had that were there as security. Casey, I remember people getting absolutely flamed for not knowing to slap the ask. We were all new once. The flip side is we're still getting bigger and bigger. I agree. We've got new people all the time, and it's really important to remember that not everybody knows about all this stuff, and we got to talk about it every once in a while from time to time. The glasses are clean, guys. The glasses are clean. It's time to take a look at these numbers. Give me 1 second while I log in here. My hope is that because I'm not a man of many words, well, I'm a man of many words, but not very good ones. So I hope that what I said earlier makes sense. If I didn't say it well enough, or I need to clarify and make the words better, I'll try to do that. I'm sure the more times I explain it this morning and throughout the day to day, I'll probably do better and better. But you guys got the first run. Congratulations. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication on your account, you may want to consider getting it. It may help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want there. There may also be hangups as well along the way with two-factor authentication. The sooner you get to using it and the more hiccups you find along the way might help you to be able to understand how to get around them and still have that protection. I've ran into a couple this last week and haven't had any since, but also figured out a couple workarounds in case I do get hung up on it in the future. So that's good. But let's go ahead and over to the page right now and the other page and figure out what's going on here. Thank you, Pantheon. I appreciate it, man. I think there's a lot of storytellers in this story that we're making, and I think you're one of them as well. You're one of the storytellers. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I know you guys aren't. I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are writing any longer once I take you over to this page. Let's see what is happening here. Price prediction tally points, guys. Those are just points that reflect. Actually, I forgot to give myself a tally there. Those points represent who is the winner from last week. Price predictions for Friday I had, let's see, what did I have here? I had 1550 to 1850. I nailed it. I was 1 cent off the previous day on Thursday, and I nailed the bottom end of price ending point at 1550. Eric had 16 to 19. Keto had 1578 to 1878. And Monty had 1589 to 1889. Keto ended up winning the week because it was a tiebreaker between Eric and Keto got the bonus point for having the average price closest, even though he didn't get the price right for the prediction on Friday. He still got the bonus point for the tiebreaker. So the scores for the week was Keto in first, Eric in second, I was in third, and Monty came in last. But that's not always the case. I'm usually in last. Monty just wasn't very lucky last week. I normally come in last, so Monty somehow managed to steal that that from me. Short exempt volume. Let's take a look at True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. Short exempt volume last Friday was 353.2 thousand shares. Utilization. Let me check out Ortex. Utilization has been 100 day. We've had 100 and let's see, how many days is it? 114 days of utilization being 100% trading days. This is now 115 days, and let me just verify the date just to make sure. Yep, July 22nd. All right. Congratulations, 115 straight trading days of 100% utilization. And day over day price change was a 8.82% down day on Friday. SSR did trip on Friday, which means that SSR will be on for today. I don't typically expect to see amazing upwards price movement when that happens, but I don't expect to see major down movement as well. So we'll see. Taking a look at Max Pain, I have no idea what it is for this week. So let's take a look. $15 is Max Pain for this week. Taking a look at off-exchange data from Friday. The final numbers for the day was 54.58 in the off-exchange and 11.38 in the CBOE EDGX, which is the ETFs. We had about where that came to a total of 65.96% of our total volume going through off exchanges. The largest portion of it. That's about 1.96% higher. So it was actually kind of a low day, in my opinion, compared to what we've been seeing from the past. It was a low day of volume. And taking a look at institutional ownership, last Friday was 190.548 million. That is now 190.564, so just a slight bit higher. Short interest of the free float currently 18.43%. Shares on loan is 137.33, which is a little bit lower than what it was last Friday. So we had a decrease in the amount of shares on loan again. We'll take a look at some of those numbers in Ortex here in just a minute after we look at the options. Let's see who our lottery ticket losers are. Lottery ticket losers at a strike price of $35, which is up from 30.5 from last week. We have currently 860. It's less than 1,000. I think that some of those strike prices were opened up more recently, so that's why the numbers aren't as high. I think 32.50. Actually, at a $30 strike price, there's actually quite a few. There's like 10.3 thousand contracts at $30. So, but I'm just gonna count the highest number I see at the beginning of the week, so we know where we're kind of set, where the week's been started at. In regards to highest amount of call and put volume. There is a monstrous spread right now. Monstrous. The highest amount of call volume is at a $20 strike price. That's the same as what it was last week. There's 10.4 thousand contracts. The highest amount of put volume is at a $10 strike price. And there's currently 7.5 thousand contracts. Ironically, the put and call open interest is targeting $15, which is max pain. The average price between the highest amount of volume for calls and puts is 15. It's ironic, don't you think? Dang it! I knew there was. I was gonna play some Alanis Morissette. I was gonna play One Hand in My Pocket. I'm gonna play that probably tomorrow. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. We'll see. All right, moving on to let me move a couple pages over here real quick, guys, and we'll take a look at some of the other data. We'll take a closer look at Ortex and see where that's taking us. All right. There's your utilization at 100% utilization for 115 straight trading days. That's 115 days in there, believe it or not. Let's zoom in though just a tad on our current situation. On loan amount did dip from 142.53 to 137.33. However, the short interest of the free float, I don't believe dipped very much. So the on loan amounts seem to be primarily coming from just on loan amounts that decreased. So what is that? 5.2 million. Looks like about 5.2 million shares having been returned. On loan average age per day should decrease when that happens. It should decrease if they're older loans. It'll increase if they're newer loans. Oh, they must be okay. So they closed out newer positions because the value started rising. So they closed that 5.2 million shares, loan shares that were closed out were mainly newer loans because the on loan average age per day rose from 51.23 to 52.15, which is actually a pretty big rise. So newer positions were closed, not older positions. Exchange reported short interest of the free float did decrease slightly from 18.8 to 18.43. We can try and figure out how much of that 5.2 million was short interest. Let's see here real quick. I'm going to do rough calculations here. 18.8% of 516 million shares of the free float is 97 million no, 97, what is that? 516. Yeah, that's 97 million shares. 97 184 3. 2 million, roughly. 2 million out of that 5.2 million was short interest. Less than half. Security lending volume on Friday was up from 10.44 to 19.25, so it almost doubled. And we're not on any threshold lists. Failure to delivers. Expiration on 7/25. I'm not expecting, again, a whole lot from today because there's not any failure to delivers that are due until the 26th. I'm just not really expecting too much today. We might see a little bit of price improvement starting tomorrow. As I do see some stacking that occurs from tomorrow going forward. Orders by Fidelity customers on Friday, GME came in third with 89% buys, 11% sales. Amazing looking numbers. AMC was 16th with a 67% buy to 33% sell ratio. Again, also very good looking. Trigger price again for the day today is $13.95 for SSR. Shares available to borrow this morning. Active did a wonderful job of tracking this information over the weekend. Apparently, there was a bunch of shares being borrowed, returned, borrowed, returned. She took pictures of it, put it in the Discord, and it was just like, yep, yep. Oh, they're trying to do that stuff over the weekends again, guys, where they're just trying to mask all the shares that they're borrowing over the weekend. It happens. I don't track it. I mean, I don't track it and put it in my numbers on a daily, and just because I just don't. But it's happening. I can tell you right now, it's happening over the weekend. They're buying and returning and borrowing and returning. I said buying, I meant borrowing and returning. So far this morning, looks like they've borrowed 50,000 at least once, returned those 50,000, and then borrowed almost the full 950,000 shares. So we're going to go ahead and put down 950,000 because it's close enough. In regards to the ETFs, looks like they've borrowed 100,000 out of those. So we're at 1.05 or what? Yeah, 1.05 million shares so far for the day today. Last Friday was about 900,000. Fees are still very high at 7.6%. For this week, we have 86.3 thousand contracts. Is this week? Yes, it is. Man, these numbers are already super high. 86.3 thousand contracts for out of the money calls and 17.1 thousand contracts are in the money. 38.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 7.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. These numbers are already looking really, really, really high. I don't like to see out of the money calls get over 100K. But if we're starting out the week at 86, I can almost guarantee you by the end of this week it will be over 86, over 100. There's going to be a lot of FOMO at some point. Price is probably going to start driving up and create a lot of FOMO buying of call options. In the other side of the world, markets were mainly down. There was a couple that were doing semi-decently, but I'd say anywhere from 1/4 to 0.5% down. And if you take a look at the futures, which I'm looking at right now, oops, that's not the right one. This one right here. I really need to just start including this as part of my daily routine. Futures right now are showing most of the market's up about 0.5%. The VIX is down, and let's see here, yeah, about 0.5%. most of the markets are looking like a 0.5% open up. So we might open up and finish down. Maybe. We'll see. In the pre-market, Tesla is up 1.43, Amazon is up 0.78, Cinemark is down 2.97, Doge is down 3.28. I thought I was going to have to put out a tweet on Bitcoin this weekend as it started to tank a little bit and then it leveled off. It's down currently 2.5%. If we just pull up that page here, it never actually completed. So the other short, I was suggesting this might be an inverted head and shoulders, but we would see if the price had started driving up right here and completed the drive up to within the next 24 hours to somewhere in this level in here, 31K per coin, then it would be the completion period of the inverted head and shoulders. It didn't drive up. It never even broke past 24/7, which is the number I needed to see it break to know that we were heading that way. Never broke it. So we are not on an inverted head and shoulders, in my opinion. There's still problems here. GME is up 0.45 in the pre-market. Hycroft is either not trading or is breaking even. Looks like it is trading, but it's not moving. Hood is down 0.22, NCMI is breaking even, and AMC is up 2.06% in the pre-market. Our inflow versus outflow was a 21 million $21 million difference with more outflow than inflow. So far this morning, we have traded about 18.65 thousand shares, which is low volume. Let me get rid of some of these lines that are in here. Kind of clean this up a little bit. I got a tramp I got to get rid of. Got to pack up the got to pack up the tramp in the back of the big tramp. The low rider. Big tramp. On the weekly. Actually, let's get around it. On the weekly. So many lines everywhere. What the heck is going on here? We'll take a look at it here closer in a minute. On the weekly, according to the Vortex indicators, all I'm looking at is RSI and Vortex indicator down here at the bottom. On the Vortex indicator, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 45.72, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.66, which is slightly above average. And this, you will see here, we were on an ascending parallel channel for quite a few days. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 days, 11 days that we were inside of that. We just broke down below it. We'll have to see where we're going to be heading to here. It does look like we may have found a little bit of a stopping point. Based on just what I'm seeing right here, I think we may have found a stopping point where we're at. But we did break out of my bullish triangle right here and the huge descending wedge that we have. So this would be that first push down that we might see before we see it continue to run further up. We did break out of both those two patterns, trading patterns here. We broke out right almost smack dab in the middle of the box here that I had drawn out quite a while back. I think around like potentially around like the beginning of June. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.93, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.35, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, we have it looks like more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.97 after signaling overbought here for a brief moment. Let's take a look at that Ichimoto cloud. I'm gonna I'm gonna get made fun of one of these days. I know it. I know I'm gonna get made fun of. Somebody be like, "That's not called the Ichimoto cloud," and I'll be like, "Yeah, I know. I can't help it though. You guys wanted it, and I like it, so we're going with it. Ichimoto. I'm gonna be called insensitive. That's what it's gonna turn in. He's being insensitive to names. It's named after a person. Sensitive people. All right, so we've got the conversion line that dropped below the baseline in the aftermarket hours of Thursday. We have the conversion line below the baseline, which is right here. Here's base. Let me get rid of some of this junk in here. Lagging line is below price line. Price normally, not right here for some reason or another, but normally likes to travel through thinner portions of the cloud. The next potential time that we could see a breakup could possibly be by Wednesday. Let's see, no, Tuesday, as this is Monday, and then this would be Tuesday here. I'm not sure what the cloud's going to look like in the future, but we do see price kind of hitting what appears to be a little bit of a bottom here around 1528. On the 4-hour, this is the weirdest looking 4-hour I think I've ever seen in my whole life. Price normally likes to drop down through green clouds. It may drop down into this cloud here. The clouds are kind of meant to be periods of indecisive movement in price. So if price does break down into this cloud, that would be by the end of the day today, it would be somewhere between 1456 and 1562. So price may drop down into this, but the weirdest part to me about this is that technically this lagging line is still above price line, conversion line is still above baseline. All of these indicators, these leading indicators, well, this is a lagging indicator, but these two leading indicators here are still somewhat bullish, but price has fallen below them, which is not bullish. So we're kind of heading towards that moment of an indecisive period of time as to whether the price is going to continue to go down or further back up. And with that, you can see what you guys are writing again. Good morning to everybody, by the way, who said good morning earlier. If I didn't do a direct shout out to you, I apologize, but good morning to you, though. I do read what it is you guys are saying. Sharma, good morning to you. Current market volume is 19.13 thousand, and the price is $15.79. We're waiting for approximately 7 more minutes to get our pre-market volume for the day today. Sammy, good morning. Yes. I did briefly read on that, where the White House is trying to change the definition of a recession. You know, the reason that mathematicians get paid good money is is that they understand what 2 plus 2 means. They know that it means 4. But oftentimes they get paid really good money to show the data that people want to see. Um, so especially data analysts, um, there there's probably somebody getting paid really really well right now to be able to show a different perspective. But the thing is that there's very well known uh, economic I don't want to call him mathematician. Economic. Shoot, I can't think of what it's called. Analysts. We'll just call them analysts. Economic analysts who have determined what a recession is, and to redefine what a recession is now, when you're on the precipice of a recession, doesn't really jive, in my opinion. I don't think you can. I don't think you can just arbitrarily decide like, oh no, this is we need to have a redefining of what a recession looks like. Um, I just don't think that's fair. Well, Highway Frog, I got to be really careful about what it is that I say. I can't tell you how you should buy. I can just tell you that when you do buy, there's actions or reactions to what it is that you're doing. When you place a limit buy order and the limit is lower than the current market price, then you're helping to drive the price down. The market is now incentivized to be able to drop price to get your order filled. When you place the limit higher than the current market price, for example, which is 15.79 right now, when you place it higher, you're incentivizing the market to fill your order at a higher value. So understanding that helps, may or may not help you to decide how you're going to do it. I know for a long time they've said, you've probably heard slap that ask. Slap that ask means buying at market price, at whatever the ask side of the bid of the order book is. So currently we're at $15.79. There's market orders at 15.80, 15.82, 15.85, 15.86. If you were to place in a I'd have to start adding up these numbers here on the side for these orders, but if you were to place, I'm pretty sure I could confidently say that if you were to place a 2,000 share order for $16, a limit order for $16, everything between $15.79 and $16 should get filled, and you would essentially drive the price up from $15.79 to $16 with your single order. So it really, I can't tell you what you should do. I can only tell you how you impact the market price. So when if you're trying to look for a discount, then what you're saying to the market is I don't think that the value of this stock is worth anything more than this amount. So whatever you put in there, if it's lower, then you're saying you think this stock is worth less money. If you put something in higher, then you're suggesting that the value of the stock is worth more than what's being listed. So you have to make your own decision on how you're going to place your orders. I can't tell you. I'd love to. I know which way I'd like you to put it. I want to see the price go up, but I can't tell you. That's your choice. It's your money. Keto, I got you down for 14.39 to 17.39. Thank you, sir. But Donkey Kong says figures can lie when liars figure. I like that. I don't think I've ever heard that before. Alex says 2 plus 2 is 6 because there's twos, so there's an extra hidden 2 somewhere in there. Surely that must be true. Magic Ape says, Casey, have you seen the video of Adam Aron talking about the January run over the weekend? I don't know if I've seen that. Caitlin says, been reading about history of J.P. Morgan. He died after getting sick in Egypt 8 months before World War I. He also bailed on getting on the Titanic maiden voyage. Guys, I wish there was a way for me to blow these numbers up bigger. I could do. Oh, here's our pokey stick of volume. Pokey stick of volume's coming in at about 45,000 shares. That means that we had almost 20,000 shares going into it. So it seems like we might have about 19 going into it. So this is going to be a low volume day today, guys. 20 to 40 million shares tops. I'm gonna have to go watch that Aron video, Magic Ape. I have not seen it yet. Um, if you're buying at market price, Maggie, then what you're doing is you're buying the ask side. So if you're basically saying I'm willing to buy at whatever the asking price is, and that would be the same thing as putting in a buy limit order that's higher than current ask prices. So those two actions would have a very similar response, and that's basically to drive the price upwards. Yeah, that's only 4,534 shares there. We have been seeing a secondary movement as of late in the mornings, but not nearly as many shares. Thank you, Pantheon. Let's see. Let's check it out. Actually, I did listen to part of his speech before the Note movie, but let's check it out though. For those of you guys who have not seen it, I saw it in partial. I didn't see it at all. It's about a minute 43. Let me get my sound adjusted here because I don't want to blast you guys. Let's put it around right there.
Miracle 2. We put out a press release on Monday, January 25 of 2021 that said we made it. We raised $1 billion and
all right, let me go ahead and put this over here real quick so you guys can see it. Give me 1 second so I don't blind you guys. There we go.
Miracle 2. We put out a press release on Monday, January 25 of 2021 that said we made it. We raised $1 billion and like bankruptcy's off the table and we're fine. Tuesday night, around 6 o'clock in after hours trading, Apes arrived and our stock started to explode. And on the Wednesday, January 27th of last year, our stock went from $5 a share to $20 a share in one day. And we traded on the New York Stock Exchange
1.2 billion.
More shares than I know how to count. At the time, we had 100 million shares outstanding. Total share count. And 50 million of them were in the pocket of one large institutional holder who was not trading stock. So we really only had 50 million shares that traded. On that one day, that day that our stock quadrupled, on that one day, we traded 1,250,000,000 shares in a day. We only had 50 million shares that traded at all. And they turned over like 25 times.
So I want to be very clear about this here, guys. 1.2 billion shares were traded back and forth. Orders were being absolutely just demolished, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, trying to be traded. Something was going on there. It's a lot of volume to be traded back and forth. Um, but when I tell you guys that that volume leads to price discovery, uh, volume is very, very key, super key in getting price discovery.
Every 15 minutes, the whole shareholder base of the company is a new shareholder base of the company. And what became very clear in a very short period of time is that all the institutions had sold their shares to all of you.
Yeah. And then some. And then some. We'll put that up over here to the side.
Miracle 2.
Oops.
We put out.
Played it again. Yeah, that's it's pretty crazy. Tarek is asking, is computer share DRS option available in Canada? I'm not positive on that. It might be. Yo says Casey could Pounce be a legal team? Adam Aron seems really up to speed with dates and numbers. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I don't think I don't know. In my opinion, I can't imagine that. I don't know that a pounce would, in legal terms, would be very beneficial to us. Historically speaking, if you look at a lot of different companies in the past that did legal action in order to, prove or um, have some kind of impact on other institutions that were doing things that are quote unquote nefarious, uh, has only led to like tied up situations for very long periods of time in court, and it doesn't lead to anything very fast at all. And I think a great one to look at is oh gosh, I always forget the name of that. Patrick Brine Overstock. I almost had to look it up. Overstock is probably a great example of that. Anytime there's some kind of litigation that occurs, it just never happens quickly. I was talking with somebody over the weekend. I don't know. I apologize for not being able to remember who it was off the top of my head. Oh, it was Arthur. I think it was Arthur. Arthur was asking me questions about those J.P. Morgan, what everybody refers to as those aftermarket hour crime candlesticks, and asking me if we ever kind of got to the bottom of that. And I mean we've done a lot of investigating, but I can't truly and honestly say that we've gotten to the bottom of it. And I said the only I've contacted J.P. Morgan, I've contacted a reporter who is doing negative articles on JP Morgan and some of the stuff that they've been working on. And I thought surely if she's into digging into JP Morgan and what's going on over there, maybe she'd be willing to look at what it is that I have. So I sent her a message and she never got back to me. So JP Morgan, she didn't get back to me. I said the only other thing I could possibly do is send a message to FINRA and ask them about it since it is their off exchange, the ADF off exchange. and find out from them. So I did. I sent them an email to find out if they have any information that they can provide as to the nature of those trades that are occurring on their off exchange. So we'll see if they get back to me. I don't expect to hear anything, but I did send them something. Oh, going after the DTCC or FINRA, maybe the SEC. I mean, it'd be nice if they'd actually do their jobs. Can you repeat the last 6 to 10 words of his speech? I don't think that was the full speech there, but I can pull it back over and we can listen to it again.
And what became very clear in a very short period of time is that all the institutions had sold their shares to all of you.
All the institutions had sold all their shares to you. And that's when I said, and then some. And then some. Good morning, just another pothead. Nasir says AMC did have a job posting search for an SEC specialist for filing and accounting 2 to 3 weeks ago, approximately. That's a good point. I don't think I can't say that I've honestly ever gone over and looked at their job or job postings that they've got. That actually could lead to potential insight about what the company may be looking into doing in the future. Remtac, good morning to you, sir. I believe Adam Aron had a couple posts on Twitter over the weekend. Let's take a look at those. Uh, 17 hours ago, he wrote, Marvel's official teaser watched 28 million times in 17 hours. Hard to figure out what is coming in Black Panther 2, but easy to figure out that this will be a stunning, amazing, mesmerizing movie, so visual that it screams to be watched in a theater on a big screen November. He also tweeted on the 23rd. Oh no, he retweeted. Part of his speech was here that he retweeted. And then he's got pictures with a bunch of different apes. There were some great pictures this weekend. I just loved looking at. I love seeing pictures of you guys. It's just so much fun for me to just see all y'all just so happy. I think it's cool. Uh, Here's one that says, just wanted to give a huge thank you to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. CEO Adam himself for choosing AMC Theaters River East 21 as his hangout for the night. It was a blast having you. Here's a picture of oh, this looks like AMC employees. That's cool. This is probably one of the first times that I've ever seen people take pictures with him and the employees. I think that's really neat. What is this guy signaling over here? He's signaling something. He's got a finger pointed and thumbs pointed. I think he's saying he's the man. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's saying, signaling. But here he is in a picture with him. Oh wait, I gotta take my stuff off the screen. Let's see if here he is, pointing at him. That's great. Truly an honor meeting the Silverback himself. Thank you. AMC boss won't let curtain fall. Oh, that's cool. They did it in black and white. They also have their Ape Radio shirts on. Here's John here saying thanks for everything. Got another Run AMC shirt on here. Got to meet the silverback himself. Nope was awesome. Thank you. I don't know if you guys know who Mahul is on Twitter. Huge advocate and also a former AMC employee. He did a video where he was talking about AMC and he was looking up at the clouds afterwards, going like, did that cloud just move?" That guy's funny. Here's Turban over here. He's got some pictures of a bunch of different apes. But here he is, I think. I would imagine that's Turban. He's an Indians fan. That's cool. Here's his loafers. He's got his penny loafers on here. Hernan Hernandez. It was a great night and an awesome day today. He's got his Ape Radio shirt on. These guys cracked me up. I saw this, immediately started laughing, thought it was so cool. I don't even want to zoom in to see if those are actually boxers or not, but they were what appears to be boxers. I don't know, this guy's got something in his pocket right there, maybe an AMC gift card or something. Naked Shorts showed up. Here's a bunch of Ape Radio guys all in this picture right here. This is so awesome, seeing all these guys. This is great. Excited to watch Nope with our silverback, Adam. This is Ape Knuckle. That's it. That's all that Adam Aron retweeted. It's cool. Yeah, Ro, I did. I laughed so hard when I saw the dudes in the boxer shorts. I thought that was hilarious. And I liked it so much that if there was going to be if there was going to be a Halloween costume that I wear, I would probably wear that one. Although I don't know that everybody would get it. But who cares? I don't care. I gotta ask them where they got their ties at. Oh, Hayden, I watched the Short Squeeze channel the other day too. Eric, one of the price predictors on the show, my brother-in-law, he came over and we sat down and I told him, I said, you know what? Somebody told me that the Short Squeeze channel had a shout out to me. Let's check it out. So I went over, I went over to go watch it, and the Short Squeeze channel had a screenshot of OBV and explaining it. Bottom right corner had the Big Tramp. I thought it was great, man. We were laughing so hard. We thought that was the best thing ever. We couldn't get enough of that one. It was it was great. I loved it. Seeing the Big Tramp over it had been cut just perfectly so you couldn't see the whole of the Big Tramp, but it was awesome. It was priceless. We did definitely laugh at that though. CPE says about a dividend. What about a partnership to give a share of HYMC out as partnership divide or dividend to each share of AMC? It would help build HYMC as well as help a squeeze. There's gold in them hills. Yeah, I don't know, man. We're gonna have to just wait and see. We're gonna have everything's speculation, really. Hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna say good morning to my wife. Let's see here. I'm looking through the news right now to see if there's any current postings on AMC 8 hours ago. Let's see if this is related. That is not related. I don't see any new news this morning. One Love for Life says, Casey, do you think Adam Aron is nervous about the squeeze due to thinking we would all leave AMC making me a millionaire? I will always own a large portion of shares. I don't. That's a good question. I mean, I could see why any CEO would be concerned with the potential outcome of their share price rising quickly and dropping fast. There's always some um, at-risk moments when something like that happens. If price is falling too quickly, then you could potentially run into a situation where people could buy shares or a lot of shares that are being sold and acquire a large position, enough in a way that could potentially uh, put the company into a position of where there's a large enough shareholder to where they might get board seat people on the board, if I can say the words. Um, So I definitely think that there's reason for him to be concerned. I mean, if you go back and you look at the Adam Aron interview with Trey a long time ago, one of the things that I kind of caught on to in regards to what it is that you're saying is that he said very clearly several times, I think I want to say at least 4 times in that interview, the first initial interview that he had with Trey, he said that he wanted slow, healthy growth. It was very, very I think he was very clear about his statement about having slow, healthy growth. So, in regards to what it is that you're saying, I think that he's definitely concerned about seeing the price rise too quickly and fall too quickly. But I think he's also trying to set the company up in a situation where that won't matter. David says, "Why is Froggy Styles continually trying to put you down?" Uh, I'm not really going to talk about it, David. We have a difference in agreement on computer share, and that's probably all I'm going to say about it. Um, it's just there's a disagreement, and he thinks one way, and I think another. Did I miss Tarek's question? Where did that come in at? YouTube coverage is fading for GME. Any update on split reflected in broker accounts? Yeah, thank you for answering that, Tony. Big Chief in 503 says Chiefs Kingdom bringing the Lombardi back this year. Yeah, man. I mean, I got the hat on. You know what's funny is let me check. Let me check out the years because I'm really bad on years. Hold on a second. Was it? Let's see. I think it was 2020. Let's see if that's right. Okay, yeah. So who? Maybe it was 2019. I want to say it was. Okay, yeah, I think it was 2019. In 2019, I predicted that in 2020, that the Kansas City Chiefs were going to win the Super Bowl. At the very end of the season of 2019, um, I had a prediction that the next year was going to be the Kansas City Chiefs, and sure enough, I had a feeling they were on the right track, and they just needed to make just some small minor changes to the team, and the team was still, I think there was specifically some things that the team was kind of trying to iron out, and I really felt that the next year that they would be able to dominate. And sure enough, 2020, man, I wish I had placed some kind of bet on that back in 2020, but I had I don't usually bet on sports. It's not one thing I like to bet on too much. But I really, really felt strongly that 2020 was going to be their year in 2019, and then they won the next year. In my opinion, this is just me. I think Andy Reid is. I think he thinks out of the box, and he doesn't. I don't think he subscribes to the normal things that you're supposed to do when it comes to um, playing the game. And I think that's one of the major assets that they have for the team is that he's willing to take uh, out of the box thinking methods into the plays, and I think that's really important. I love that Win says ordering my new Z06 Thursday. Let's get this squeeze on big time. Suit, what are your feelings? Is saying feelings for this week on AMC. For the totality of this week, like by the end of the week, so so max pain is 15. I could see that maybe jumping up like $2 to 17, and then maybe us closing just underneath 17 somewhere by the end of the week, 18, $19 range. That's kind of what I'm envisioning for this week. Wait. I'm so confused, Remtech. What are you talking about? Leave no eight behind says just another day of shorts not covering. I agree. I'm gonna take a break here in about 2 minutes, guys, and then I'll see you guys about 15 minutes prior to market open. Francis says, Casey, do we normally run up a little before earnings? That is a great question. Let's get rid of all the junk that we got in here and kind of pull out on this just a tad bit. And I think earning reports are shown as E's on the page here. And as you can see here, we'll kind of look. Let's go back. Let's go back and start reviewing from January. So let's see. So in March of last year, There was a run up leading to the earnings, and then kind of a 2-day pullback on the earning day and the day after. Leading up to the earnings call in May last year, we had several days, 7 days prior, and the day of the earnings, price falling, and then after the earnings report, price rising, leading into the big run. Let's see, in August of last year, we had price falling, leading into a green day, followed by a very volatile next day, 2 days actually, rather, of both up and down price movement, and then followed by a run up. In November of last year, we had several days of price running upwards, and then a couple days of a few days down, before ultimately settling on a price that was very similar to where it was on the earnings day. In March of this year, we had about 3 or 4 days of price moving upwards leading into the earnings call, and then nothing but falling price for about almost 9 days after. And oh, you know what? I just realized that the May one. Hold on a second. What happened here? 3, 5. Okay, so we're coming up on the August one. So in May, it looks like there was two days prior, there was downwards movement in price, and then 3 days, including the earnings day, and then 3 days after, or 2 days after, there was movement down, and then we had some price movement upwards. So I wouldn't really say that there's like a whole. I mean, I know a lot of people would want to say that there's like a correlation to where price is going to move to based off of earnings reports. I don't necessarily buy into that a whole lot. I don't think there's a whole lot of significance seen that would lead me to suggest that there's anything specific that occurs with price movement before or after, as you see that there's plenty of room to say that we've seen price running up and down after earnings. We've seen price going up and down on earnings, and we've seen price going up and down on times just before an earnings call. Highway Frog says you're freaking me out, Casey. Win MOASS. I don't know why I'd be freaking you out. I think we have some really good numbers that we've been seeing here, and I don't think there's anything really to freak out about. Okay, I got it, Remtech. Francis says, thanks, Casey. I think it might run up because of Adam Aron's pounce announcement. We'll see. I'll tell you one thing's for sure, Francis. If we don't start talking about what is a limit buy order and why it might be hurting AMC's price, if we don't start talking about that and making sure that everybody understands that when you're putting a limit buy order for less than what the current going price is, then you're incentivizing to drop the price of the stock. So remember that. That's, of course, it is fully your choice on when you're going to or how you're going to buy your shares. Just understand what the effects are of how you place your orders. and what they do to the price. Oh, Monty's, I think, accidentally deleting people's messages here. Monty, be careful, man. I think Monty's got a case of the phone in his pocket. Francis, give me a second here, Francis. I'm going to resolve something real quick for you. I think you may have been accidentally suspended from being able to write messages, but give me just 1 second here and I'll try and correct that. Let's see here. Give me just 1 minute. I should be able to fix that. Hopefully I managed to fix that. I think I just fixed it. You should be good to go now. Let me just make sure. I'm going to go through my settings and check them one more time, make sure I've got it corrected. You should be good now, Francis. You were accidentally silenced, but don't worry, I just fixed it. So there is a way, BC, that you can buy to the lit market using limit orders. Now, I know a lot of people will say that that's not necessarily possible. It can be possible. It just depends on how your broker decides to how your broker decides to handle your order. Um, if it's going to have any impact on the lit market, a limit buy order, it would have to be for a value higher than the current going price. So in other words, right now we're at $15.62 in the pre-market, so 15.61. You would have to put a value in for your limit buy order at something higher than 15.61 in order for you to have a positive effect on the buying side. So that's really important to understand. Placing those orders, those limit buy orders, on the upside and not on the downside is how you get price improvement to the stock price. Francis says you can't get rid of me that easy. You know what, Francis? I'm pretty sure that Monty had his phone in his pocket, and sometimes when people have got their phones in their pockets and they're listening and they forget to turn off their screen, it tends, buttons accidentally get pressed. We've seen it happen on multiple occasions. I'm trying to scroll back here to see if I can see where Monty. Usually, if he's on and listening, he's made a price prediction by now, but he may be holding off a little bit here, which is okay. He has until market open to put it in. I'm trying to read through the past history. I see Keto's price prediction. It's fully possible Monty put his in and I just didn't see it. I still don't see it. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a break, and I will see you 15 minutes before market opens. Right after I try to put up a message here. Gotta get this stuff set up. I saw it. I saw it, Francis. Fortunately for you, I saw the message come through on my side, so I was able to resolve that for you before you figured it out. But it happens. I'm sure Monty didn't mean that I'm sure it was a total accident. But if that ever happens to anybody on here, please reach out to me on Twitter or Reddit or uh, my Discord, any one of those places you can get in touch with me and tell me, hey, like, and I've had this happen before. Hey, I can't seem to put messages through. Nobody seems to be seeing what it is that I'm writing. If you're having that problem, please reach out to me and just let me know, and I will try to resolve that for you as best as I can. All right, let's see you guys in about 35 minutes.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Alrighty guys, I'm back. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out where price may be heading for the day-to-day. I do want to note that our last high was $18.37. So we've come down from that to 15.50. Synthetic price failure doesn't occur until 14.78 based off of what I've got written on the page. And SSR triggers, let's see, I gotta move that. SSR triggers is 13.95. Let me move that around. Let me just verify my values at 14.78 real quick here. Let's see, 18.37. 1478 is correct. All right, synthetic price failure occurs at 1478, and 1469 would be 20%. 21.5% or paper hands would occur at 1442. And SSR trips way down here at 1395. Let's see. We did fall out of this very long ascending parallel channel that we had here that went for quite a few days. I feel like we're at a pretty good level of support at this current pricing. So the question becomes now, what's next? And I think I'm going to price in a synthetic price failure for my guess for price prediction for the day-to-day, just in case. That would include up to 1442. So let's go with I'm gonna go 1450 to 1750. I think. Yeah, I think that looks good. Volume prediction for the day-to-day, we're currently at $15.56. Volume prediction for the day-to-day is around 20 to 40 million. Bjork says, if I was a hedge fund, I would short us hard today. Let's go, losers. And you know, short share restriction is on, and it's not like we haven't seen them short when that's the case. So it really kind of depends, I think, on where the need for shares is. Short exempt is at 5 million right now. How have you been tracking that, Glenn? Just out of curiosity. 5 million is pretty high. It's a pretty high number. I mean, it's not the highest we've ever seen it, but it is definitely a high number. I love to win says we need a slogan: no cover, no sell. I think Phil for Real's actually got a. What are we talking about? Have the shorts close their positions? What are we talking about here? No, they haven't. They absolutely have not closed their positions. I don't think I did a good enough service to Phil in his saying. Nobody can say it quite like he does. got about 9 minutes until market open. Actually, 8 minutes, I think. 8 minutes until market open. I think my clock's a little off over here. I'm kind of concerned. I don't think I've seen. Did Monty come in and put in his price prediction while I was on break? Because I haven't seen his price prediction yet for the day today. Normally he has it in by now, and I know he's here. I'm looking for it. Maybe not. He got his in way early. I missed it. Can you guys tell me what it was? I didn't see it earlier. Oh, there it is. I found it. 1478 to 1778. Got it. I just found it. 1478 to 1778. Wow, that's really interesting. Keto, Monty, and myself, we're all kind of looking at the same ranges here. Be interesting to see what Eric has, what he puts in. He usually sends me a text like right as market's opening. Getting a bunch of single share orders going through here. Wouldn't be surprised if this isn't some kind of ADF exchange values that are going through. Tammy, if you're listening, now's the morning. Now is the morning to be able to see where those are coming from. It's not really. See, Caitlin, it's so much easier to see on time and sales. Like looking at the 1 minute second ticker doesn't help at all. Like it doesn't show you anything. All it shows you is just like these random movements. You can actually just see it way better on the time and sales. It's really easy to see what's going on. It wasn't a fight at all. It was single orders that were going through at different values, more than likely being traded again through some kind of off exchange. But there was no real fight here at all. It was just off exchange values that were going through. They were not lit market orders, although it showed up on the screen as being price changes. You can see that every time that one of these green or red ones weren't there, like an actual value, like this 1556 right here, it returned price because that was straight from the lit market, and it returned price to back to where it was supposed to be. So really, if you're going to look at that kind of stuff, I would highly recommend using time and sales and not your single ticker, because that way you can see where they're coming from. But those are off exchange orders that are going through that don't. I know it's making it look like it's affecting price, but it's not. It's only they're not actually. Those aren't. There's no way that those orders could supersede, because if you look at the values on them, there's no way it could supersede this 1560 orders that are in here. Otherwise, because these numbers go up to $16 and it goes as high as 1664. But you can see that the order book very clearly has orders in here that are still listed for well under that. So this is all off exchange trading that's occurring, and it doesn't really impact price, but it's showing up on the as a as a value on here. So that's why it's really important to take a look at that time and sales and see what those are. All right, we got about 30 more seconds before I start the intro. BioLife, yeah. See, this is what I'm saying. BioLife. These are all off exchange orders that are going through at the same time. It's institutional trades that are going back and forth. I don't know if they're going from one institution to another or if it's within a single institution. If it's ADF, then it's going to be going between JP Morgan and JP Morgan. There is no other, and more than likely they're probably swaps of some sort. But I'm not. I don't know because I'm not looking at Fidelity's Active Trader Pro's reporting of which exchange those went through. All right, guys, I will see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Words like violence break the silence, come crashing into my little world. Painful to me, it's right through me. Can't you understand? Oh, my little girl. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. Vows are spoken to be broken. Feelings are intense, words are trivial. Pleasures remain, so does the pain. Words are meaningless and forgettable. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. Hope you guys are doing really well today. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. Welcome back to AMC. It's good to have you guys back. It's good to see everybody here. What is the title about today? What is a limit buy order and why it might be hurting AMC's price? It's really important to understand how the market works and buy and sell orders, right? So bid and ask. If you're watching the level 2 order book over here, whatever the last exchange traded price is, like if I scroll back to the very top here, you'll see if I pull up time and sales down here, you'll see that every time the price and the time and sales goes through, every single time a value goes through here on the ticker, you see the price change to match that value. That is the market price, right? That is our lit market price for AMC. And every time it changes, an order goes through, it changes the price. So when you place a limit buy order that's lower than this price, it's going to show up over here on the bid side, right? For example, somebody's placed an order for 1,015 shares at $15.11. As that goes up the book, when that order is placed, the price is going to be filled on that bid order for $15.11 for that many shares. It's going to continue to fill at that price so long as there's a seller who's willing to sell at that price. If that goes through, it's going to keep the price there at $15.11 until all those orders are sold. So when you place a limit buy order for less than the market price, you're keeping the price. So long as there's a seller who's willing to sell for less, you're keeping the price from moving upwards at that point. When your orders start going through, you're keeping the price from moving upwards. You're also incentivizing the market to try and drop the price to keep it there because you're doing the work of holding it at that value or lower. So this is really where it's really important to understand where your limit orders are or how the impact of your limit orders are affecting price. Trying to get the best possible value, what you're essentially telling the market is, I don't believe that this stock value is worth anything more than what I'm putting in at this limit. I don't want it for a penny more. I don't think it's worth that much. So you're effectively dropping the price. You're incentivizing the market to drop the price to fill those orders. If you were to put in a buy limit order for a value that is higher than the current trading value, which is right now $15.11, you would be incentivizing to push the price upwards because essentially what you're doing at that point is you're buying at any price between where the market's trading at up to your limit. You're saying, okay, I think the value of the stock, for example, right now it's $15.17. If you were to place in a value of $15.25 on your limit order, it would continue to fill your order until it's been completed up to $15.25, helping to raise the price. So understanding how limit buy orders works is absolutely crucial into understanding how it's going to move or affect price. This is why forever people have said slap the ask. If you've heard that before, if you've heard slap the ask, what that's saying is buy at market and buy the ask shares. When you buy a limit value that's higher than current asking price, right? Let's say right now it would be like 15. Say you put in a 1550, you would be helping to raise price because you're buying the ask, right? And that's the same thing as slapping the ask. So it's important to understand the difference between a limit buy low and a limit buy high. Because if you're limit buying high, then you're trying to raise the price. If you're limit buying low, you're saying, I don't think it's worth it. I want to get this at a cheaper price. And it's going to incentivize market makers to push the price down to where it is that you're willing to buy. So it's really, really, really super important at understanding the market dynamics behind a limit buy, whether you're putting in a price that's lower than the current market price or whether you're putting it in at a limit that's higher. On the other side of that, because I don't want to just talk about the buy side, because I want you to understand limit side is on the limit sell orders as well. It's important to understand the market effects on a limit sell order. If you were to place a limit sell order, for example, and I'm just going to throw out some random numbers, like ComputerShare has a limit right now of 3,500 per share. So we'll use that as a number. If you were to put in a limit value of $3,500 and the market price is actually $3,600, your order is going to fill at whatever the market price is that people are willing to sell at that higher value of $3,600, unless you have a limitation. Then it will only fill at $3,500. However, if you are if you don't have a limitation on where you can go to, that order will be completed at the higher value. But if, say, the price were to drop to $34.99 or anything less than 3,500, your orders will no longer be continued to be completed because you said, I don't want to get anything less than 3,500 per share. So that's the interesting dynamic behind a limit order. On the top side, when you place the value higher than what it is that you want to get, like, say, for example, the price is trading at 3,600. If you put in a limit order of $3,700 in there, then you're not going to have any orders go through until the market price meets $3,700 or better. So it's really important to understand how limit buys, sells, and whether you're placing those orders below or above the value where the market is currently trading, and how that impacts you as a buyer and seller. So the important thing here, I think, that I want to note is that if you want to continue, if you want to see price improvement, right, which I think some people may want to see that, if you want to see price improvement on AMC and you're submitting limit buy orders, then what you would want to do is you would want to set that value higher than what you're seeing currently traded on the market. So right now it's 1544. You'd want to put something in higher. Doesn't matter what it is, but you'd want to put in something higher. The higher you put it, the more pressure you have placed on the market to drive the price up higher, because you're buying at whatever is out there up to that price. So you're getting buy pressure on the ask side. That's the important thing. You're slapping that ask. No, I don't, Caitlin. I don't care about red box. I don't want to look at it at all. So that's something I just kind of wanted to cover. And the reason that I wanted to cover that was there was a question that was asked over the weekend. Let me just pull it up here real quick. And I'm not gonna single out the person, but they were asking, like, why are my limit orders going through as selling pressure? And this is a great learning example, guys. I'm not trying to bash the person or anything. I think this is a great learning example for all of us. It's important for us to understand why our trades are doing what they're doing on the market. And this is where the questions stem from. The question stemmed from, hey, I put in an order of 800 and oops, I'm going to change my color of my pen here again. Hey, I put in an order of 812 shares. I placed it at let's see, when did they put it in at? Order. Oh, you know what? I didn't. Oh yeah, here it is. Order placed at 16:07:18. Good till canceled until 9:20 September. So they're like, I definitely want this to go through. Trading hours include extended hours, so they were allowing extended hour trading. And they wanted $15.39, but the price was higher at the time when they started this trade. And you can tell that because the order wasn't filled until 1959, which means that the price didn't hit $15.39 because it was higher before that. So it took from 1607 till 1959 for the price to get down to 1539, at which point their order executed because price was able to get to that value. And it held it there for 812 shares worth of order filling. It held the price there at 1539. And to prove this, what they did is they submitted that the time and sales, and they're like, look, it even showed up on the time and sales chart. And indeed, it certainly did. Here it is, right here. And you can see price was higher, and price was incentivized to fill this order at 1539, and it showed up as red volume. Why? Because it took sell orders. It took somebody to sell at $15.39 from 1540 to complete the order, which is downwards pressure. It incentivized the market to push the price down because somebody was willing to sell for $15.39 for 812 shares. Had they placed this 812 shares at a higher value, a limit buy order at a higher value than what price was currently trading at, they would have driven the price upwards with buying pressure for 812 shares worth of pressure. So that's the difference. There's a big, big difference, and you got to understand how your orders are impacting the market. If you want to see price improvement, you got to slap that ask. Otherwise, you're just incentivizing the market to drive the price down further because you're saying, I'm not willing to buy those for anything better than this price. Bill says it's a sad statement that you have to tell our community about limit buy orders after so many of us have been in this play for 1.5 years. I don't think so, Bill. There's a lot of people that just don't know this stuff. They just don't understand, and I don't think that it's a I don't think it's a sad statement. I think if anything, Bill, I'll take ownership for it. I'll take ownership in the fact that maybe I'm not doing a good enough job of explaining things to people. So I'll take ownership for it. It's a sad. You're right. It's a sad statement that that I have not done a good enough job of explaining this to people. I agree. All of us YouTubers, every single one of us who are helping to teach the community to understand what's happening in the marketplace, we should take ownership for that. And you're right. It is kind of sad. It is sad that we haven't done a better job in explaining that to the community. But on the other side of that, it's very simple. It's very, very simple for those of us who've been trading for a long time to forget about the dynamics, the simple dynamics, the very easy things to understand and what affects price, and overlook the idea that maybe other people don't know what it is that we know. Yeah, exactly, Bill. Or yo, exactly, yo. It's not sad. There is new people coming in all the time, but you know what though? Like, we shouldn't make assumptions that everybody here is. Well, actually, I know somebody who just recently got into this play, who's contacted me on the side for information. Um, the really difficult thing here, Bill, is that there's so much to cover. There's so many things for me to talk about, and I have to pick and choose based on the information that I'm seeing within the community about, when people start talking about things. I have to look at what's being said within the community. I have to say, like, okay, here's something to touch on. And so when I saw that Twitter post, I was like, oh boy, I didn't realize that we needed to talk about this. So, and I think this is it's a great learning lesson. Dr. Zena says, hey, Shaw, come on, you've done an excellent job of catching us, man. I don't know, man. I'm not, I fail. We all fail. But I'm just saying right now, guys, if I can help people to understand what's happening in the market mechanics and it makes you better at what you do, great. I hope so. Now, I do want to say this. I do want to say something very important here, because I know I'm gonna get this criticism. A lot of people would say, but that's not always the case. Some people are going to say sometimes you want to get the best lowest price possible. And I would say, well, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish. If you're just simply trying to ride the market, a limit buy order at a specific low price entry point is not a bad thing. But you're making the assumption that that the market's just trading like normal. In a normal condition, a normal atmosphere, that would be true. You're probably just trying to get in at the lowest point possible before the price rises, hence the term buy low, sell high. However, in our particular situation, we're trying to get the price up. We're trying to drive pressure on the market to get the price upwards, hence the term slap that ask. And if you don't understand what slap that ask means, then you're not understanding what it is that we're trying to accomplish here, which is to drive the price upwards, to create more pressure on short positions to drive the price lower. It costs them. It's very, very costly for them to try and drive the price down. But if we're helping them to drive the price down, then we're making their job that much easier. So you have to understand what's helping and what's hurting. So in this particular situation, we want to see price go up. So we should be slapping the ask if that's what we want to achieve. All hail Akash. I I watched that video. I watched the video of Hawk Hawkins. What if I can't think of his name now. Stephen Hawking. What if Stephen Hawking had a kid and his kid's name and they chose to name him Hawk? Hawk Hawkins. Didn't have quite the same ring as Hawk Koch, but whatever. It's good. Did I say? I meant to say ask. You know what, Sammy? I'm grateful for you guys. I really am. And I would encourage you guys to make sure that when you talk to people about things like this, that they understand that as well. Because I feel like this is not. I feel like this is a community-wide thing that it's a teaching point that we all need to understand the dynamics of what it is that we're doing when we buy and sell shares and what impact they have and how they may work. In the description at the very top, I have a link to a previous Reddit post that I had posted um, on I can't remember. Let me look at the post real quick. I can't remember if it has buying. How do I do this? Open a new page. Dang it. Let me see here. Let me read. I can't remember if it's got. Okay, it does have buying. I couldn't remember if I had filled this out, including buying and selling sides, but I indeed did. So check out that link that I've got pinned at the very top. It does kind of cover. It doesn't cover all order types. One of the order types that I kind of left out was trailing stop losses and trailing stop limits. If you know what a stop loss or stop limit is, you can kind of. I don't really use them very much. I really don't. And I know that there's a lot of people that probably. Well, I'm not even going to say that. I actually don't think there's a whole lot of people that use them. But they can be used. Um, for example, lion traders talked about before shotgun approach to selling. Uh, some of those stop limit, trailing stop losses and trailing stop limits could be used as a shotgun approach to selling your shares. Um, but you know, I didn't really go into detail into talking about those at all because I don't have enough experience using them, and so I wanted to stick to more things that I understood more and wanted to talk about as order types that I think people would use most often, I guess. Sammy boy, I did have a good weekend. I hope you had a good weekend. Oh man, Doctor, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine if Hot Koch was sitting next to me in a movie. No, Bill, I didn't take it as a critiquing of me. I really didn't take it that way at all. But to be honest with you, though, like I do feel ownership for it. I feel ownership for the fact that more people don't understand and know about that. I think it's something that people should know and should understand. And if I'm failing to adequately teach those kind of uh, market, what I'm trying to think of words here. The song today is a perfect song for how I feel. Words are so very unnecessary. They can only do harm. But if I'm not teaching I don't want to call them basics, but because it's actually you do have to kind of think of it in a weird kind of way. But so I don't want to call it a basic, but if I don't teach or talk about some of these different trading strategies and how they impact us, then I'm not doing what I should be doing here. Otherwise, I don't know, I'm just not really doing what I should be doing, I guess. But I didn't take it as a critique, Bill, not at all. Let's see, Samara, because I don't want to, Aron, I think I'm saying your name wrong. Aron, Arjun, it's probably Arjun. Arjun, the synthetic price failure starts at 1478. That's 19.5% down from our last high of 1837. 20% down is 1469, which is the white line. So the blue line is the 19.5%, 20% is 14.69, and 21.5% is 1442. I typically suggest that when you see a greater than 20% decrease in price, that shorts have more than likely found a selling individual or individuals, and paper hands have occurred at that point when you see a 21.5% or greater drop in price. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean retail. It may just mean an institution. And typically speaking, what I look for is I look for orders on retail side. I look to make sure if orders are high or if they're low. If they're really low on the buy side of orders, then I know that retail could potentially be selling off to some degree. Everyone absorbs the info differently. I think so. Um, I agree, Dino. And that's why I feel like I don't do a great job of explaining things all the time. In fact, Tony came in and made a comment on that same post that I just kind of showed you guys right there, in regards to why the volume was red, and his post was like so much more well explained than the way I was saying it. And I was like so appreciative of that because I was like, thank goodness somebody else is coming in and saying it in words that somebody else might actually understand. And I don't know. It's kind of one of the nice things when we have people in the community who are looking out for each other, and then they come in and they're like, you know what? Here, let me say this a little bit better. Caitlin's saying, see, the inflow has larger small orders than large, and outflow has more large orders than small. Laugh out loud. I bet they balance out almost perfect. Yeah, Slider, I did watch that. It was like a 5 minute video, I want to say, or maybe close to 6 minute video. Uh, I don't, I like the video. I, it's very rare for me to go in and like a video, and I actually like that video. Um, it was a good video. I don't, as far as cumulative volume delta, and maybe we can just start calling it CVD. I don't know. Maybe people will have a problem with calling it CVD because we probably should just call it what it is. And I'm gonna actually copy what it is that you wrote there so I can just paste it so I can remember it because I know I won't if I don't copy this somewhere. This is a topping. This is a topic that I wanted to talk about today. Um, and I got with Tony this weekend. I was kind of asking him some questions, and he was like, "Oh yeah, about CVD." Um, he was looking at some of the formulas that were listed in there and found some websites, and he actually linked me to them as well in regards to how the formula is. And I actually was starting to look at. Here, I'll pull it over here so you guys can see it. Last night I was looking at it a little bit. I was trying to run through the source code on this to try and figure out like how they're coming up with their formula. This is probably like very crucial. Like if you're ever using TradingView and you're using somebody else's indicator, you're going to want to go into the source code and you're going to want to try and figure out like how it is that they're calculating what it is that they're calculating. And if you can't, I know for a lot of you guys, this is probably mumbo jumbo in here, and a lot of it is for me as well. So it takes some time for me to go through it. But if you can understand what this is and how it's working and how it is that they're setting up their parameters, then it can kind of help you in understanding why the indicator is showing you certain numbers that it's showing you. And what I want to say is that it sounds like, based off of what Tony said, and I'm still trying to go through the data and everything, but it sounds like from what Tony was saying and the link that he sent to me is that they're mainly looking at buy and sell orders, but they're not looking at limits. Limit orders that are going through, and that's a little concerning. So during high periods of time of volatility, it may be more accurate, but during times where there's not as much volatility, you may end up missing limit orders that are going or being transacted, which is not necessarily a good thing. So because that does tend to skew the data a bit. So you always have to be really careful when you're looking at an indicator that somebody else has created, and understanding what goes into the details on how the information is collected. Numbers time, BioLife says. Let's do it. Except for the limit orders slider. So that's part of the problem. It sounds like is that it's graphing it out, but it's also not looking at limit orders. So if you're getting apparently if you're not getting limit orders counted into your ticker, then you're going to have a skewed you've got skewed data. So you kind of have to be careful about that. But during high volatile periods of time, it may actually be showing you some of the market orders that are going, or showing you the market orders that are going through. Let me refresh Fidelity real quick here, and we'll start taking a look at the numbers. But I did like that video though. I mean, if you guys really want to see, and I did this once before, if you really want to see whether or not there's synthetic shares or there's additional shares that are out there, there was a day where I kind of broke it down on Excel and showed you guys how many shares have been loaned over the last year versus the last 2 years versus how many have been returned, and it's astronomical. We're talking like in the billions. So I guess I think I deleted that Excel spreadsheet. I probably should have kept it, but we could do that again. It doesn't take very long to put something like that, to compile something like that together. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could prevent somebody from getting into your account that you don't want in your account. Oh, Gary, the trampoline on Friday did nothing. It didn't do anything. The price, I think, stayed above it the whole time. Alrighty, guys, let's take a look at the numbers here. I'm going to take you guys over the other page. If I haven't discussed what it is you've said, I probably won't be. So hold your thoughts, comments. I won't be able to see them until after I'm done running through the numbers here. But let's take a look at what's going on here. Starting on the top left-hand side, congratulations goes out to Keto for winning the week. Price prediction tallies. He had 4 tallies. He missed Friday, but him and Eric were going into Friday with a tiebreaker. Whoever had the closest price was going to be the winner. And hold on one second here. So Keto ended up winning because his price was his average price, share price that closing was closer to closer than Eric's. I ended up getting a point on Friday. I got it right on the dot. My lower number was 1350, and or 1530 rather, and we hit, or no wait, 1550, and we hit right on the dot on it. So Yeah, congratulations to Keto on winning the week. Short exempt volume was slightly up day over day from Friday to 353.2 thousand shares. Utilization, we are on day 115 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Day over day price increase from Friday was an 8.82% drop in price. Off exchange at this time of the morning. Actually, let's go to max pain first. Max pain for the week this week is 15. And off exchange right now, I would expect around 44% in the off exchange and maybe somewhere between 10 and 11 on the EDGX. Let's see where we're at. Very high numbers. 54.21 in the off exchange and 15.47 in the EDGX, giving us 69.68% of our volume. The large portion of our off exchange volume going through that off exchange there. So quite a bit. That's it's almost 70% there. That's pretty high, considering we're only like 37 minutes into trading so far. Taking a look at institutional share ownership. Earlier this morning I updated and there was a slight increase. And updated again and there's an even bigger increase now. Went from hold on a second here. Why does this keep doing this? Went from a value of 190.564 million to 190.669. Institutional ownership is increasing. Taking a look at Ortex. So far this morning, Ortex is reporting a borrow of 1.51 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 18.54%. Cost to borrow max is at 10.18, average is at 9.97, and min is at 8.93. Shares on loan decreased by about 5.2 million shares day over day from Friday to 137.33 million. 2 million, roughly speaking, 2 million of that was short interest. So less than half. Most of everything that was returned was new, not old, and I'll show you that here in just a minute how I can determine that. Taking a look at the options. At a $16 strike price this morning, which is 50 cents lower than what it was on Friday, there's currently 4.4 thousand contracts. That's actually just slightly elevated. On the put side, the highest amount of volume currently at a $15 strike price, which is $1 less than what it was on Friday. There's currently 3.4 thousand contracts, which is very normal. That's actually a pretty standard level of volume by this time in the morning. The market is sort of signaling for a closing price somewhere between 15 and 16 at this point of the day. And let's take a look at some of our Ortex data over here. Here's our utilization at 115 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Let's take a look at that on loan average age or on loan amount. Here's your decrease day over day of 5.2 million from 142.5 to 137.3. And here's where I can tell that it's mostly newer positions that were closed. If you decrease the amount of shares that are on loan, if they're older, then your average on loan average age per day should decrease. But it didn't. It went up, which means that they closed out newer positions because it's increasing that value. It went from 51.23 on average age per day to 52.15. So newer positions were closed. Roughly 2 million of the 5.2 that were returned was short interest, which is interesting, right? I mean, it seems to correlate to how price is dropping, right? Price dropped almost what was it, 8%, almost 9% day over day. That seems to make sense. It makes a lot of sense. Newer short interests that may have been opened prior to the run-up may have closed out their positions with some of that downwards price movement. So that kind of makes sense. Not kind of, it really does make a lot of sense. Estimated short share interest of the free float dipping also as well. The reason I can say 2 million of the 5.2 is what was returned is that the day over day decrease on short share interest of the free float went from 18.8 to 18.43. If you calculate that 0.4 difference in the amount of shares that would be, you just simply would just take a calculator. You'd say 0.4 times 516 million shares and oops, not 0.4, 0.04 times 516. Nope, 004. Man, I keep doing that wrong. Giving you 2 million shares. So, oh, yep, I didn't do my restart over the weekend. 0.004 times 0.51 or times 516 gives you about 2 million shares. So that's how I know about, roughly speaking, based on the numbers that Ortex is giving me here, I can assume that about 2 million of those shares were short interest. Security lending volume was increased by double almost, or maybe even it was double. Security lending volume was 10.44 and went up to 19.25, so almost doubling security lending volume day over day. And we are not on any threshold lists currently. So far for the day today, GME is coming in sixth most heavily traded stock based off of orders, with 66% buys to 34% sales. AMC is 12th with 52% buys to 48% sales. A little bit lower than what I like to see. $13.95 is the trigger price for SSR. Shares available to borrow. Looks like since market open, mainly just returns. So far for the day-to-day, we've seen that they've borrowed about 1.05 million shares, according to Stonko Tracker. Currently, we have 88.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 14.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 36.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 9.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.35, Dow Jones is up 0.35, the S&P 500 is up 0.09. We currently have 3,620 advancers to 3,026 decliners. The VIX is up 2.43, IWB is up 0.1, IWD is up 0.35, IWM is up 0.32, Tesla is down 0.71, Amazon is down 0.15, Cinemark is up 0.48, Doge is down 4.48, Bitcoin is down 3.42, GME is down 4.81, HYMC is down 2.23, Hood is down 2.64, NCMI is up 3.13, and AMC is down 3.27 in the pre-market, or in the opening hours of the market. I almost said pre-market. I did say pre-market. It's currently down 3.1, and we're at $15 right now. So far this morning, we've got about $4 million more in outflow than we have in inflow. 6.06 million shares having been traded. It is looking like a low volume trading day today. Let's see, that's after 45 minutes of trading, which puts us at about 52.52 million shares pace for the day. That's obviously going to come down as the day continues on. I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On the weekly, Vortex indicator shows more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.55, which is slightly below average. On the daily, slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.63, which is about average. On the hourly, we have multiple crossovers here, but currently more selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI at 27.22, which is showing signs of being oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. Also, RSI at very, very low at 26.04, which is showing signs of overselling. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.11, almost signaling oversold. And on the Ichimoto, One of these days, somebody's gonna just absolutely ream me on this naming. So conversion line has crossed over the baseline. You know what? I just realized I didn't have extended hours on there. Conversion line has crossed over. Wait. Okay, it's on now. Currently the conversion line is below the baseline. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong hour. I'm like, that's not right. Here we go. 1 hour. Conversion line is below the baseline. Lagging line is below price line. Price is well below the cloud. These are not bullish looking indicators. We would need to see price rising back up through the cloud in order to see bullish numbers in our futures. Look for this to swing to get tighter. So we've got a thinning portion of the cloud, a thickening portion, and it should turn into a thinning portion eventually. Watch for that to occur. Usually we break through price. The price will break through the thin portions of the cloud. Taking a look at the 4 hour. We are heading into the cloud here. We have conversion line finally breaking the baseline, and we have the lagging line also breaking price line as well. Price is headed into the cloud, which is usually a sign of indecisiveness as to where price is going to move to. We are approaching a thicker portion of the cloud. This does appear that we're going to have some downwards pressure for a little bit here. I have seen it where price will come down into the cloud and then bounce off the cloud and start heading back up again. It does happen. Let's see if I can figure out where price is headed to. I think it's very likely that we're going to find that support at 1469 or thereabouts. We should find some kind of support there. I think there's plenty of evidence historically that there's support at that trading amount. But as far as like currently, I don't want to draw anything. I don't know where this is exactly heading right this second. I mean, we're not that far away from 1469. I mean, so a very quick drop down to test those levels could possibly be in our near future. I do see a little bit of obvious activity heading down the bottom side of the Bollinger Band here with the TD9 printing, a return to the simple moving average, and then falling back down again with another TD9. We didn't touch the bottom side of the Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands are definitely tightening. One of the things there's two things that can happen from less volatility. Price can move both up and down, but if we're in a downwards trend, it's very strongly likely that we continue to see more downwards pressure. But I don't really have a strong inclination as to where this is heading just yet. I could take some guesses, but I'm not going to. Alrighty. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Other stocks, it depends, ApesRS. First thing that I always suggest that people look at is, go to Fintel and see how much institutional ownership there is. The more institutional ownership that there is, the more pressure that there is on the market to obey what it is that they want to, the amount of pressure that they want to put on for those positions. So if there's shorting that's going on against a stock and there's a lot of buying pressure from institutions and they have a high percentage of ownership of the float, then they can control price a little bit easier. Um, Rowan, good morning. Highway Frog said, just finished pulling up a couple night shifts. Time for sleep or time will come. Have a great day, everyone. Highway Frog, have a great night's sleep. Get plenty of rest. Eat, sleep, drink, man. Not in that order. I'm not concerned about it, Sammy boy. I think people's resolve is much stronger than just a quote unquote pounce. The other thing I would mention too is that I think a lot of people are placing a lot of undue um, pressure on the idea that the announcement's going to be made on the quarterly meeting day. And I want to be very specific that I don't believe that Aron has said that it will be on that day. He said it would be after. He never once said it would be on. He just said it would be after. So I think a lot of emphasis is being placed specifically on the quarterly, and I don't think it should be. He may announce it on that day. Caitlin's saying, how do they borrow shares on a Saturday morning? Laugh out loud. Um, Foreign markets are still open, and that doesn't mean that all trading has ceased. No, no gaming. I believe it was on or after. He said it would be before earnings. Oh, he said it certainly wouldn't be before earnings. Got it. Okay. He didn't say it would be after. He didn't say. Okay, so yeah, I got you. I get what you're saying. So yeah, on or after, but I don't think people should be placing a lot of emphasis on the idea that it's going to be on earnings day. I think that's kind of I, I don't think he's specified when. I don't think I don't think any faith on Adam is misplaced. I think that a lot of people have some kind of faith that he's going to attempt a squeeze play out of this, and that's not his job. His job is not to create a squeeze play, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. His job is to make sure that AMC stays profitable in business, and that he makes money for the shareholders. That doesn't mean making a squeeze happen. So I just don't think that I don't think people should be placing some kind of idea that he's going to attempt some kind of squeeze. I don't think that's his goal. Myself says, I think people are putting way too much weight on this pounce rhetoric. I think he just meant it as a general statement that he would do the best for the company at every opportunity that rises. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to place any undue hype on it. So I'm being very just kind of. We'll see what happens when it happens. I'm not gonna stress about it. It's kind of like no dates, right? No dates, 2 weeks. It'll happen when it happens. MCOM wants a fractal comparison. What period times? I'm guessing you're going to say May of last year. I'm almost guessing May is what you're going to say. I can do it, sure. I don't necessarily like that, but we can do it. What time frame are you looking to pull from? All right. Since I think we're on the same page, I know what it is that you're looking for. I'll just go ahead and pull it up over here. Hopefully I can. Let's see if I can do 4 hour on this, because if I can do 4 hour, it'd probably be better, right? I mean, at least amount of time, the best. Let's see here. So we'll go. Let's see. Let's see if we can get away with anything less than 4 hours. If we can do like 2 hours and get the same data. Oh, maybe I can go less than two. Let's do an hour. I think the more data that we can pull in. There we go. We got an hour. Let's do an hour. The more data that we can pull in, the better the fractal comparison will be, I think. So let's see here. Let's take from the low and driving up just prior to the big run. So now here's the part that I don't like. Where basically I take this and just simply slap it over the top without changing any height or width on this, and see if it has like any kind of correlation whatsoever. It's not bad, man. It's not bad. I mean, it doesn't. I don't like to extend the thing. You know how I feel about it. I just don't like extending the periods of time. There's a lot of similarity there. A lot of similarity. The problem is that I would take this if I were going to take this in fractals, I would take it in different portions, which is probably something you've seen TWE do before. What I would do is, and I like it, if you're gonna adjust a fractal, I think the only thing you should do is maybe adjust height. So I'm going to take two different fractals here. We're going to chop this up a little bit because I think that I think there's two different periods of time here, two fractals that are just slightly different, that I think that could be compared. And one of them is going to be the upside run portion, which is right here to about there. Let's call it right there. Nope, nope, nope. I take that back. That's wrong. This part. So there's this. And then there's this. So in regards to this fractal, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to elongate. See, it's so hard. It's so hard to not adjust it. And then I'm going to shrink this one. I hate doing this. I really hate doing this. I don't like the reason I know where you're going with this. I want to see it too. I really want to see it too, but I don't like doing this. But it's I see I see where you're going, and you can see now already that our current period of time where we're going down in price right here doesn't quite match up. I don't think with anything that's in this portion right here. We could expand it a little bit and see for sure. Because you have the initial fall, which is this right here. You have the sidewards trading pattern, which is this right here, but you don't really have like, I mean, there's this that goes down initially, but it comes right back up again. But I don't know, man. I really I hate doing this. TWE is going to give you a better a better projector outlook on this kind of stuff, and I think he does a better job at it. It's almost like I should cut this off right here and start this new fractal pattern and size it accordingly to this right here. But yeah, I know where you're going with this. See, here's the thing. I'll say this. Now that I can see what you guys are writing in, here's what I'm gonna say about that is that like you can't like it's never gonna be exactly the same, right? If you're trying to look for past historical data, it's never going to be 100% the same. There's going to be some differences. There's so many things that can happen in the market that can cause price to change, and that has like no bearing whatsoever to previous patterns. Yeah, kind of like what our Apes RS is saying. I don't like comparing anything to the past because things change. There's changes that can occur in the market, and you might just have like it could be something like a volcano blows up somewhere and the whole market just starts tanking because they see supply issues due to planes not being able to fly, and just everything could be completely changed when something like that happens, and you just don't like you could be looking at fractal patterns and be like, oh well, I just don't know. Corbin says, "Good morning. Are we rich yet?" Not yet, sir. Still waiting. 2 weeks. I don't think. See, that I also don't agree with Sammy Boy. TA is totally relevant. The entire market is traded on TA. I mean, it is like to say that TA is irrelevant. I think is ignoring what the entire market trades on, and that's technical analysis. I mean, everybody trades on that, and that's why you get the patterns that you get in that repeat themselves over and over and have a very high probability of being able to predict where price is going to move to. So the idea that TA is useless, I think is probably one of the worst possible outlooks you could possibly have on market movements. Myself says it's like Photoshop. If you change enough things, it will look real as well. Fork says, Astro, is that you? I'm going back and reading some of the things you guys were saying earlier. Look, I'm not saying that you can't use fractal patterns to kind of like predict where price may be moving to. I actually do think that that's a thing. That's exactly what pattern analysis is. Is it's simply taking past historical trends and saying like, look, here's something that occurred in the past. It aligns to where we're at right now, and we may be doing this because of it. Historically speaking, it's done this in the past, and that's exactly what TWE does when he's doing his projector patterns. Is he's saying like, look, here's a projector spot. It repeats itself here, 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 and it's cyclical. It's repeatable over and over and over and over, and he does a great job of doing it. It's really phenomenal work, in my opinion. But you got to be really careful though, because like I mean the way that TWE does it versus how other people draw fractals, his he doesn't manipulate the data to try and skew the data points. Volatility is definitely dying down here to hardly anything. We have like just under 60,000 shares trading a minute here on average, it looks like. Right now, volatility is absolutely just dying off. There's going to be a move here soon. Yeah, I agree with you, PC3. I think that there will be a pounce. I just don't know, how it's going to impact everything. So as the boss says, PC3 played a flute in a group on Friday night gatherings at my sister's on Saturday and played soccer on Sunday morning. Here we are today. PC3 played a flute? What? What kind of flute? Is this a joke? Yeah, I'm with you on the fact that he will pounce. I think he will pounce. Just don't know what it's going to be. Oh, you played a flute. Got it. Enough said. I did, Francis. I don't know if it's the complete video. I feel like it's kind of missing like a section. We can play it again here real quick. Since I've got it here. Let me pull up the sound again because I know this is low sound on this. Yeah, we'll listen to it again.
Miracle 2. We put out a press release on Monday, January 25 of 2021 that said we made it. We raised $1 billion and like bankruptcy's off the table and we're fine. Tuesday night, around 6 o'clock in after hours trading, Apes arrived and our stock started to explode. And on the Wednesday, January 27th of last year, our stock went from $5 a share to $20 a share in one day. And we traded on the New York Stock Exchange more shares than I know how to count. At the time, we had 100 million shares outstanding. Total share count. And 50 million of them were in the pocket of one large institutional holder who was not trading stock. So we really only had 50 million shares that traded. On that one day, that day that our stock quadrupled, on that one day, we traded 1,250,000,000 shares in a day. We only had 50 million shares that traded at all. And they turned over like 25 times. That's like every 15 minutes, the whole shareholder base of the company is a new shareholder base of the company. And what became very clear in a very short period of time is that all the institutions had sold their shares to all of you.
And then some.
Miracle 2. We put out
And then some. Oh my gosh, you guys are going way too far. Descending wedge. Yeah, I'm not seeing that yet. I'm actually seeing a bearish triangle, or yeah. I'm not leaning towards this quite yet. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't know. This is a tough one. See, I would have drawn this here earlier, and then it would have broken it, and then I would have had to draw this, and it would have broken it, and then I would have drawn this, and it would have broken it, and drawn this, and it would have broken it. I'm not drawing anything yet here. It's not really. I'm not seeing it yet. Bjork, be careful, man. Be careful. That's the one that I've been linked to, Francis. If you've got another one you want to send me, go for it. A double Dorito. Man, I really fully and honestly think that they will try to push this price down to somewhere in that 1478.69 range, maybe even potentially farther. Tripping SSR kind of seems a little drastic to me. Let me pull this back out here just a second and see. SSR trips at 1395, pushing it down to those levels. It would be a huge push. I mean, they could technically get it there. They'd have to get through some pretty hefty levels of support, though. I think at the 1450 range. I don't know about that. Leave no eight behind. I mean, I don't really think 12 bucks is in the cards, but I mean, it's possible. Let's go back and take a look at history here for a second. This is why I like tracking AMC so much. Is because I like to know what we've done in the past. Back in early May. Oh, you know what? I wasn't tracking it prior to May. All right, let's pull it up on TradingView because I wasn't tracking here. I didn't start until May 13th. So let's pull it up on TradingView and just kind of take a look at that real quick. We got it down to the hour, which is pretty good. So in this particular instance, before it ran in May, price got up to about $15, $16. Looks like it might have been like 15, 1575 was the high, and then they dropped it down to about 1201. So I don't know. Maybe they could. Maybe they could drop it that far. Who said 12? Who said that? Let's see. Where is it? Somebody said it. I know I saw it. There it is. Leave no 8 behind said, we're going to see 12 bucks this week? Question mark. I mean, in the past, they did. They dropped it from 1575 down to, I guess the low would have been, let's see, low would have been 1204. So that absolutely has happened in the past. Fred said, Casey, will the pounce be a timid little cat ear bounce or an exploding kitten bounce? That's a great question. The only problem is that usually the cat ear exploding kitten leads to a head and shoulders, which ends up leading into a bigger downwards price movement than the cat ears themselves, which is part of the reason why I call them exploding cat ears or exploding kittens. But I would think not. Um, yeah, I would think not. Does Kramer have a Discord? I have no idea. Caitlin says the game's changed since then. The chart won't look the same. Yeah, I'm not expecting it to be exactly the same. Dynamite says it's a war of attrition. It really is. That's really what it does come down to, Dino. Whether or not you can diamond hand or not. It's really what it does come down to. And the thing is that we're fighting against institutions. The institutions want us to fold. We want them to fold. So it really does come down. We're playing chicken. What's new, pussycat? Yo says my buddy thinks Pounce is a rocking chair, a pack of pudding cups, and a retirement announcement from Adam Aron. I don't, you know, uh, it's funny you should say that, Yo. Uh, there are two different things that made me, think two different perspectives. At one point in time, Adam Aron had said that he was selling shares because he's getting older and that he's wanting to retire or that he's getting closer to retirement. I guess he didn't really say he wanted to retire, but he was saying he's getting close to retirement. So I think a lot of people were thinking like, oh, he's getting ready to punch out here. But then, we just had an election for board members, and he put himself up as a board member going forward for an additional I think it's 4 years. Shoot, I can't remember if it was 3 or 4. 25. What year is that? It's 3 years. Maybe it's just 3 years. He put himself up for another 3 years on the board, and so I would say maybe he isn't really looking to quit anytime soon. I can't imagine why he would put himself on the board for an additional 3 years if he was just gonna call it quits. Um, well, Jordan, the way I remember was he started off with, saying that he's older and that he's getting ready to, well, maybe he did say diversify. I'm trying to remember now. Now you got me thinking. I feel like he was saying that he was saying two things. He was getting older and he's closer to retirement, and that it might be a good time. I think he did say something having to do to diversify, but also when you're getting closer to retirement and you're thinking about retiring, um, that would be a good time to diversify as well. Yo says Casey, thoughts on the buy buttons being taken away repeatedly, multiple stocks lately, not just meme stocks. I think be ready for it. Eventually, our buy button's probably going to get taken away. I'm expecting it. It doesn't change anything for me. It's interesting to see right now that the VIX is up, but so is the SPY. I mean, fractionally, but it is up. I'm looking up something real quick here. We got about 7 more minutes before I go through the numbers again. What are you guys doing? You guys are killing me, man. You guys are absolutely killing me here. This is crazy. Um, like, have you guys even looked? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just curious if you have you guys even looked at Fintel to see how many who you're playing up against in regards to costs. I'm just curious if anybody's actually even looked at it. LA says Adam Aron is 67 years old. My mom's still running pretty good. I don't want to say how old she is, but she's older than Adam Aron. All right, looks like we may be finally getting, can't tell for sure here, but we're getting a little bit of more of a volume spike here. We may start seeing some actual movement here. 955. Oh, no, maybe they just kidding it. 197,000 shares in that last minute. Starting to see a little bit more activity here. Who fell? Who fell over the dog? Dynamite says, not interested in cost, but I love LMNOP. Me too. QRS isn't bad as well. Chris, I haven't seen any news. Let me pull it up real quick here, since we're about 4 minutes away Let me see if I've got any AMC news. I hadn't seen any earlier. Let me see. Let me check it again here real quick. This is 2 days. This is articles from 2 days ago. I just want to read this one just because I think it's funny. Jim Cramer is retiring apes for good. His on again, off again relationship with AMC investors. I think that's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't. He wasn't on my side. Any other further news? I'm not seeing anything. I did kind of post some of the tweets Adam Aron had from the weekend. I think the most current one. Let me see. Let me go back here. Most current tweet stating Marvel's official teaser watched 28 million times in 17 hours. Hard to figure out what is coming in Black Panther 2, but it's easy to figure out that this will be a stunning, amazing, measurable movie. So visual that it screams to be watched in a theater on big screen November. Alrighty, guys, it's getting really close to time to doing the numbers. Thick Grime says New York Angela says AMC recall on the way. Truth or click bait? I don't know. I haven't. I mean, we'll have to see. A share recall would typically require the approval of institutions that are loaning shares. You can't. I mean, there's a difference. There's a difference between a recall and an account. And a recall would bring back in all the shares that are out there, and loan shares would have to come back in as well. In order to get that to happen, though, those who are lending shares have to approve it. And I quite frankly can't imagine that they would. I don't know. One thing I don't know is whether or not the SEC can mandate it. I don't know that information. That's something that would be something I have to kind of look into a little bit as to whether or not the SEC can force that to happen. All right, let's take a look at the numbers here, guys. I'm going to go ahead and log into Fidelity, and we'll check things out. I've just kind of realized as of late that I say Fidelity quite a lot when I log into it, and I just want to state to you guys that I'm by no means pushing Fidelity on anybody. I think you need to do your own research as to who you think is a good broker. I don't want you guys to think that I'm pushing that at all. It's just I say it because I'm looking at it and that's what I see. If I was with a different broker like TD Ameritrade, I'd say, let me log into TD Ameritrade. It wouldn't matter who it is that I was with. I'm just saying what I see. So I don't want you guys to think that I'm pushing it on you at all. I'm not here to sell you guys on anything. So please do your own research and figure out who you think is the best broker. There is a list in the description of this channel of what brokers did last year when the buy button was taken away. And it's not just a trust me bro post. It actually goes through and has detailed bullet points as to what occurred and shows backup proof of what happened during that period of time. So it is some good information. I know you guys are already with brokers, probably, if you're watching anyways, but I'm just saying, I'm just really trying to specifically say I'm not trying to push this as a broker. But taking you guys over to the other page here, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys have written. So if you have a specific response or something you wanted to say to me, hold that thought for a few minutes while I get through these numbers, and we'll take a look and see where we're at now. Starting with off exchange, an hour ago it was 54.21, and the CBOE EDGX was at 15.47. Giving that a refresh. Those are our highest two amounts of off-exchange volume. It's now 57.05 and 14.52 for a grand total of 71.57, which is about 2% higher than what it was an hour ago in total. This is not all of the off-exchange data. There is some other stragglers in there, but I grabbed the two biggest chunks, the off-exchange and CBOE EDGX. So there is a little bit more than that, but I just look at the two big ones. Taking a look at Ortex data, we currently have, or an hour ago I should say, we had 1.51 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.53, which is slightly higher. It's not going to really have any impact on the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.54%. Cost to borrow max is at 10.18, cost to borrow average at 9.92, and min is at 8.93. Shares on loan is down day over day by 5.2 million shares to 137.33. About roughly 2 million of those were short interest, but most of the positions that were closed were newer positions, which makes sense because price was falling over the last 2 days by about 10%, I think, in total, or just slightly more. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of open volume for the day today. Sorry, I said that wrong. The most amount of volume for the day today for calls is at a $16 strike price. An hour ago, there's 4.4 thousand contracts. There's now 5.7. These numbers are very in control. This is what I would expect to see by this time of the day. On a $15 strike price, the highest amount of put volume was there. It was 3.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 4.5. So that may even be a little bit on the low side. Market's still kind of signaling for a closing price between 15 and 16 at this point. Taking a look at Fidelity's orders by customers. GME, oops, let me refresh this. I don't think I refreshed. GME's currently in 4th with a 68% buy and a 32% sell ratio. AMC is in 11th with 56% buy to 44% sell ratio. We're doing better than we were an hour ago by about 4%. That's good. I want to see us above 60 though. That's ideal. Trigger price for SSR is $13.95. We did trigger SSR on Friday, so it's on for the day today. Shares available to borrow has not decreased at all, or there's been no borrowing in the last hour. Fees are at 7.6%, and according to Sonko Tracker, we've had about 1.05 million shares traded for the day today, or borrowed for the day today. 94.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 8.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 32.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.47, Dow Jones is up 0.24, and the S&P 500 is up 0.05. We currently have an advancing over declining market with 3,433 advancers to 3,292 decliners. The VIX is up 2.26, IWB is up 0.02, IWD is up 0.37, IWM is up 0.34. Tesla is down 0.28, Amazon is down 0.37, Cinemark is down 0.11, Doge is down 3.9, Bitcoin is down 2.98, GameStop is down 4.79, HYMC is down 3.14, Hood is down 1.38, NCMI is up 2.53, and AMC is down 3.61% for the day today. We are currently looking at $5 million more in outflow than inflow. 9.55 million shares having been traded so far, which is very low volume after 95 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 39.2 million shares traded for the day today. In pre-market, I suggested we'd see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. We're averaging a pace that's already within that range already, and we're only 10 million away from hitting the bottom side. So I'd say the numbers are looking pretty good, unless there's some kind of magical run at the end of the day today. On volume. On the weekly. Did I take you guys over? Okay. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.33, which is slightly below average. And actually a divergent. We saw a convergence of these numbers and now we're starting to see a divergence again on these numbers. On the daily, actually, you know what? I want to go back to something real quick here. Look at this pattern. I'm going to take a snapshot of this. Hold on one second. I was just trying to compare what it looked like RSI now versus RSI back in the pre-run to June, and this is based on the weekly. If we move it down to the daily, I'm kind of curious what that looks like in contrast. Obviously, there's a big difference here. We still have selling pressure still greater than buying pressure at this point. But let's take a look at it on the daily because I'm kind of curious. On the daily, come on. On the daily, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.13, which is just about average. Again, these numbers are, let's take a snapshot of this one, starting right about here. And let's look at what it looked like pre-run up. I feel like this looks shockingly close to this. I mean, you've got the sharp cross over the selling, and then you've got the cross under, and then the touch just before it takes off. Here you've got the crossover here, and then the touch right there, and then you see buying pressure and selling pressure starting to go to separate. One of the main differences that I see right now, though, is that there's a little bit of a peak right here, and that could be this right here as well. Hard to say. But there's some definite similarities on the daily. The weekly looks a little different, though. Interesting. I just want to do a quick little comparison there. I haven't done this before, and I just wanted to take a look at contrast, compare and contrast. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.19, which is below average, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 24.38, which is oversold. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.84. After having had at least a double dip out of or into the oversold territory. It's hovering right on that line there. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are saying again here. Yeah, that's vortex indicator. That's correct, Caitlin. Did I say RSI? If I said RSI, I didn't mean to. Words come out of my mouth sometimes that I don't mean them to, and I know what I'm saying, but I'm not saying the right thing. But you're correct. That is vortex indicator. You should have had them by today. You should have, Tyler. Doug, 13.8 to 16.8. Got you down. Francis says, Casey, I put the link in scroll back. So you don't have access to links, Francis, but I'm going to give it to you. So try placing it in again because whenever you guys send links, they don't show up unless you have moderator status. So you've got mod status right now, Francis. So go ahead and try again with your link, and we should see it this time. Thank you, Caitlin. I appreciate it. If I misspoke, I apologize. I don't know why. Some crossed wiring in the head, whatever. Tyler, for GME, in regards to GME, if that's what you're referring to, it was a 4-for-1, which basically means that you're getting 3 additional shares for every single share that you held. So if you had 1 share after it's all said and done, you'd have 4. So if you wanted to figure out like if you wanted to figure out mod status equals power, if you wanted to figure out like if you had 25 shares, for example, you'd multiply by 4 and you'd have 100 afterwards. So you'd be getting 75 shares, and then your additional 25 shares that you already owned would be your additional 25 that would be needed to make the 100. Thick says, can we just Game of Thrones this and ask for a trial by combat? Who are we putting up? Dude, there's a guy who was doing some videos, Thick, that was he looked like he might have been MMA or kickboxing or fighting, and I didn't agree with what it was he was saying. But I don't care; it doesn't matter because he's still an ape in my book. But the dude was calling for like he was calling for like violence, and I was just kind of like, oh, you can't say that. Oh man, I was like, hope this guy doesn't lose his channel. But he that dude looked like he could kick some butt. I threw him. He has my vote. If we're throwing somebody in the ring, I'm throwing him in. He had a crap ton of trophies, and he had some pretty good cauliflower ear going on too. So that means something to me. Somebody's gonna be like, yeah, it means his butt kicked. It's thick rhymes. It's thick rhymes, not thick flair. And it's like thick Grimes, like Rick Grimes, probably. Sorry, thick. Wrong thick. Good play on words there. I like that, thick Grimes. Dynamite says those ears are a warning flag for sure. Yeah, I probably would never mess with somebody that had cauliflower ears. That's whenever I see somebody that's got cauliflower ears, I know the dude knows how to fight. Just saying, because that you know where it comes from. There's another thing too. If you ever happen to run across somebody who can flatten their nose on their face, stay away from that guy as well. Probably don't want to fight him either, because more than likely what that means is that they've had the cartilage removed out of their nose so that their nose can't be broken in a fight. So be careful. Don't ever go up against those guys that can flatten their nose on their face by just touching it. Not that you would know that in advance, but I mean, if they ever show you a cool bar trick, just know why that is. It's the one dude that I ran into, the one dude that I ran into that had that was in the military. He was a boxer for the in the Air Force, I think. And of course, you guys are gonna be like, Air Force boxer? Ah, I'm sure he was probably pretty good. But he took his nose and he pushed his finger on the tip of his nose, and he could smear his nose like all around. It was really weird looking to see him like just smear his nose like all around his face. Like I've never seen such a flexible nose in my entire life. Uh, yeah, it's kind of weird looking. No, not this. This guy was straight laced as can be, Plexi. It's weird though, because it's like their nose is just like a flap of skin basically on their face. It still holds its shape, kind of, sort of normal. Dynamite says eight ball. Guys, I'm gonna start thinking about heading out to break here and return by 11. And I know you guys have already heard the whole what is the limit buy order and what it might be and why it might be hurting AMC's price, but I want to make sure that I talk to everybody. And I never want to assume who's listening and who's not listening, whether they've heard it or they haven't heard it. So I'll probably be talking about that when I get back again, just because I want to make sure that I reach as many people as possible. So I apologize, but I also thank you for your patience and re-listening to what it is that I have to say. And maybe you can critique me. Maybe you can critique me and tell me which out of all the times you've heard it was the best explained, because it probably changes each time. I don't I don't write this stuff down, guys. It just kind of just yeah, I go with the flow. Caitlin says, look at the volume. There isn't any. Ever watch Warrior Trading with Ross guy? He runs up stocks like that with low volume and cashes out like a hedgie does. I mean, this is exactly slapping that ask. That's it. It's key. If you can look for a stock that's got low volume and drive up price, you can start a run and sell at a higher price. Artie Lang's nose is gone. Is it really? Is this? I feel like that's a joke, but I'm not sure. I'd actually believe you. I'm looking it up just because I don't know for a fact. If you ever look up the skit, or not the skit, the bit, I don't know if it's a bit or not, but oh, his nose is gone. Dang. Artie Lang shares pics of deformed nose due to drug abuse. That's insane. I'll never forget though the bit that he did with Howard Stern. I think it was Howard Stern, and he talked about like meeting Ron Jeremy, and I laughed pretty hard at that one. It's kind of a funny one. If you ever happen to hear it, I don't know, look it up. It's kind of funny. I don't know if you think that thing's funny. There you go, Francis. We got you in there now. Congratulations, Thick. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take off to break. I'll see you guys back at 11 o'clock. I'm gonna open up Francis's post here just to see what it is.
What's up?
Okay, that's CSI's video. So one of the I can't unfortunately play this because I need to get permission. I normally need to get permission from the guys before playing their stuff, so I don't normally play it their content. But yeah, you can go check it out, and he might have like that link might actually provide you like a longer link to the video where Adam Aron's talking. But I don't. What happened to CSI? Is he not on anymore? Hold on a second. I mean, I would assume that I have no idea.
What's up, everybody?
Hold on a second. Let me look here real quick. I probably just blasted you guys out. Sorry about that. Let me turn down the volume. No, he's still posting stuff. I'm still seeing it. I don't know that anything happened to him as far as I know. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to head out. I will see you guys back at 11. Give me just a second here. Oh no, really? STV? Okay. Alrighty, guys. I'm punching out for a break. I'll see you guys back at 11 a.m. See you then.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Some say love is a winding road, carves a map through the darkest night. Some say love takes a heavy load, helps someone make the burden light, teaches you not to hold too tight. You and I have come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. Some say love is a fire that grows, bound to hurt when you let it go. Some say love is a choice we make, a holy vow we should never break. And maybe that's just the chance we take. You and I have come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. You'll always be mine. You and I have come a long way together. You and I have got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine.
Hey everyone, this is Sandro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's see here. I guess it's time to go over our numbers a little bit. Let's see what we got going on here. Danny, I see you said hey. Maybe it's just a hi. How's it going? Yucca Frida, good to see you. I should probably give a shout out to Brian. I think Brian made this suggestion for the song today with with Depeche Mode. Yeah, it was. It was indeed Brian that made the suggestion. I say it all the time. I always quote it. Words are so very unnecessary. They can only do harm. I'll tell you what, guys. I know I'm a man of many words, uh, but they're not always the right ones. Sometimes I just can't. Sometimes I can't get what's inside the head out correctly. But I think you guys are pretty lenient with me, and I appreciate that. Having said that, let's go ahead and take a look at our numbers here. Danny's got a let's see, something to look up here. Hold on a second. I fear what I'm gonna see. Let's see here. Yeah. I can't even talk about it. I can't talk about that kind of stuff, Danny. Come on. All right. Let's see. Taking you guys to the numbers. If I haven't commented or seen what it is you're saying, give me a few minutes here to kind of go over these numbers and I can talk about it. All right, Arthur. I'll check it out here right after the numbers are over. Let me cover these numbers here first, and then we'll take a look at that. Alrighty. Moving right along to off exchange. An hour ago it was 57.05 in the off exchange, and EDGX was 14.52. Currently, the numbers are 57.08 and 13.74. It's a little bit lower than it was an hour ago by about three quarters of a percent, but it's still over 70%, which is really high. Taking a look at Ortex data, Ortex was reporting 1.53 million shares having been borrowed in the last in an hour. As of see, this is what I'm talking about with words. As of an hour ago, there was 1.53 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.88. Words. Oh, thank goodness. So I just noticed that that Ortex has shuffled their average and their max around, which means that when they're showing up on the page now, you're not seeing the right numbers at all. So let me change this. I just noticed that it's all jacked up. Let me adjust it. That's right. Hold on a second. Got to figure out which way they moved everything here. That's all right. Okay, I see what's happening. Hmm. me just a second. I gotta fix this real quick. It's returned. There we go. So Ortex was messing around with me here, and it appears that they've adjusted their numbers so that they're reordered in a different order. That makes a little bit more sense to me. I'm kind of glad that they did it the way that they did. That just takes a little bit of reorganizing on my part. All right, there we go. That should do it. A little bit of, let me shrink this down just a tad. There we go. That should work. Alrighty, so taking a look at that Ortex information again. So I said 2.88 million shares having been borrowed. They actually reordered everything around, so now on the top is a borrowed change. So as of an hour ago, that is not true. They turned me into a liar. It's gone from 1.53 million shares having been borrowed to 1.32. So a little bit of downwards pressure. That's going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float, maybe just slightly down to 18.53%. And the cost to borrow average is at 9.82 with the max at 10.18 and the min at 8.27. So they've kind of reordered everything around here just a tad bit, and it's kind of messing with me a little bit. I'm adjusting. Taking a look at the options. At a $16 strike price an hour ago, there was 5.7 thousand contracts. There's now 6.7. So the options are definitely slowing down. On the put side, at a $15 strike price, there was 4.5 thousand contracts. There's now 4.9. But we got a close runner-up at a $14 strike price. So we may actually see the puts increase at a $14 strike, to which extent that would be basically the market signaling for close somewhere between 14 and 16. Taking a look at the options, as far as GME goes, earlier they were in fourth position. They're still holding fourth in most heavily traded stock based on orders. They have a 71% buy to 29% sell ratio, and AMC is currently 12th with a 59% buy to 41% sell ratio. So our buy sell order ratio has gotten way better. It's improved a lot since earlier this morning, which was only 52%. SSR trigger price is $13.95. Available shares to borrow looks like only returns in the last hour. 7.6% fees on borrowing. Usually we see the fees go down a little bit and then borrowing starts to occur. There's currently 94.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 8.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 32.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.34%, Dow Jones is up 0.2%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.13%. We currently have 3,787 advancers to 2,975 decliners. The VIX is up 2.21%, which is odd because the SPY is up 0.09, so some conflicting data there. The volatility in the volatility index is signaling for some higher volatility, yet the market is still holding its ground. IWB is up 0.2, IWD is up 0.44, and IWM is up 0.52. All of those ETFs are up. Tesla is down 0.78, Amazon is down 0.76, Cinemark is up 0.42, Doge is down 3.8, Bitcoin is down 2.75, GME is down 6.99, HYMC is down 2.45, Hood is down 1.27, NCMI is up 1.79, and AMC is down 4.06. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, we currently have, $5 million more in outflow than inflow, with 11.76 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Not quite halfway through the day. We're at 161 minutes of trading. Putting us at a pace of about 28.4 million shares by the end of the day. I suggest in the pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.26, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.91, which is just about average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.68, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 23.78, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, we have what appears to be a divergence, or it's actually a convergence, but it's going to be a divergence if it continues on this path of the buying and selling pressure with more buying pressure and RSI at 36.58, which is below average. Price got to 1481 on this drop. It was so close. No, wait. Yeah. It was 3 cents away. 78. Yeah, three pennies away from triggering that. Actually, I guess I should. I guess really 4 pennies, but 4 pennies away from triggering that 19.5% down trigger point for an SPF. If push comes to shove, I would probably make a command decision and just be like, yep, we triggered an SPF here if price were to start going back up. Just because, I mean, it's so darn close. So darn close. If I put in the numbers, let me just plug them into my Excel spreadsheet. Let's see what we get here. Let's see here. 1481. Yeah, it's 19.4%. It's like it's marginally close. If price starts ripping off the bottom of this 1481, then I would definitely say like, okay, we need to see a 15% increase in price in order for me to say that there's potential new highs coming in our near future. So we'll see what happens. We'll continue to watch this and see if there's more lower lows than this 1481. But as it stands right now, that is the lowest value since our last high of 1837. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Lawless, good afternoon. I think we're alive. I'm alive. I'm alive, Empire Fire. Fabian says, I believe AMC will be walked down to 12 to 13 before heading back up, in my humble opinion. If you go back and you look at May, before May's run up, it's very, very similar, but not quite the same. What I would do is I would take that percentage that the price drove down from the top, and I would look at those percentages and I would try to compare those. So in other words, like if you were to look at some of the price values in here, if I can open this up any wider, we went from a high of 1467 to a low of 1205. So let's see, 1467, was that the highest? Yeah. 1467. So let me just plug those in real quick here. Do I have those numbers in here? I don't. Let's just plug those in real quick. 1467 down to a low of 1205. Which is a 17.9% decrease in price. So we've actually already decreased more than that on this downwards pressure that we've just had. We've decreased by 19.4%. Back then, when we went from 1467 to 1205, that was only a 17.9% decrease in price in that little drop down there. So just kind of keep that food for thought. You know, I know a lot of people are kind of looking at like 1205 as like kind of being that bouncing number, but I would look at it more as like percentages as to how far it could drop from a previous high. I think those are a little bit better ways to track, because I think that the amount of pressure that it takes in order to drop price, you know, an additional amount to $12, if I were to just plug that in there, that would be actually, that's a 35% turnaround point. It could be possible. I do see $12 as a possibility, but $13 not so much because there's kind of a halfway in between point. I'm reading through what you guys are writing here. Let's see if I can get an idea for where we're headed to here. I mean, there's like a very distinct sloping pattern here that's leveling off. I don't know if we're going to continue to go down further here, but let's check a level of support, or resistance rather, I should say. Yeah, it just keeps pushing out further and further. I have a feeling this day is going to be one of those kind of days where it just kind of settles in for a little bit here, and then we may see a little bit of volume popping in the later portion of the day today. As you can see that with the Bollinger Bands, that the volatility has become absolutely zero. And then we'll have to just see where price runs from there. Audio, erotic. Earlier I did a little bit of a fractal kind of comparison, and I don't think that it looks exactly the same, but there's definitely some strong similarities, but not exactly. And I'll throw it up over here. I took two different fractals, pieced out two different fractals, and then adjusted them to try and match it up to where we're currently heading. The one thing I didn't do is try to increase this one a little bit. In order for me to get this one to really look like now currently, I think I kind of have to like manipulate it in a way to where we didn't have a peak that was this high, but in order for me to get a peak this low, but there's similarities. There's definitely some similarities in here, and I can see them for sure. Somebody had asked about exploding kittens earlier. Here's your exploding kittens right here. Here's your kitten head, your kitten ears right here. Here's your head and shoulders and downwards price movement. Usually the downward side of that movement usually gets us lower than the kitten ears, the exploding kittens. You could maybe see that in our current pricing. If I expand this out, you might see a little bit of a kitten ear here, perhaps like somewhat of a head and shoulder pattern, but not really. I'm not really seeing that. It's a little different. Caitlin says, have you ever looked at the indicator called choppiness indicator? I have not. The choppiness index is a volatility indicator developed by Australian commodity trader Bill Dryce to indicate whether a market is trending or ranging. Values ranging between 0 and 100, with low values indicating a strong trend and high values signaling consolidation. So it looks like CHOP in TradingView. See, this is the problem with a lot of like so the choppiness index is an actual trading indicator. However, somebody has programmed TradingView to mimic that indicator. And so one of the important things that you always got to go in is you got to look at the formula, the calculation on it, and see if it matches up to the original formula that was used for the actual indicator. To just pull it up and assume that it's correct is kind of dangerous. I'm looking at it right now. I haven't seen this yet. It's something I can definitely take a look at, but very interesting. Cassius, it is not a technical term. It is my term. That term that I oops. Well, what happened there? That is a term that I coined because it was a repeating pattern that we were seeing over and over and over. And but you got your, what the heck? Oh, I know what's going on. Hold on. There's your exploding kitten. But the reason that I coined this term is because I was seeing a lot of these first we were calling them like devil ears or devil horns, and then followed because I've never seen a technical trading indicator for a preceding devil horns followed into a head and shoulder pattern before. But we were seeing this on AMC like quite constantly, and so then I started thinking, well, my kids play this game called Exploding Kittens, because that's essentially what ends up happening to the price is it explodes downwards afterwards. So we were seeing like these exploding kittens like all over the place. One of the most pronounced exploding kittens is set up is actually there's a really large one in here. Let me see if I can find it. It might have been this one. This is probably one of the largest exploding kittens chart, and it's probably one of the most clearest ones that you can possibly find in regards to an exploding kitten. You've got your exploding kitten right here with his ears, and then you've got your head and shoulders pattern followed by your drop in price. So this pattern has repeated itself very consistently throughout on many different time intervals. You can see them all over the place. Anytime you find a head and shoulders on AMC, just start looking for that exploding kittens afterwards. Like this is a really weird one where the head and shoulder didn't really kind of form the way that it should have formed. But you've got your exploding kitten ears right here, followed by your what tried to be or look sort of like a head and shoulder movement, followed by your downwards run in price. But they're all over the place. I'm working off of a 1 hour chart right here. But you can find these just everywhere. It's absolutely ridiculous how often they form. All kinds of different time intervals, dailies, hourlies, weeklies. Well, maybe not so much weeklies. Probably could just hit Control V a bunch here, but I'm not going to do that. But anyways, that's an exploding kitten, and it is my own technical term. If somebody can find a pattern analysis that's got that same pattern and it's talked about in a book somewhere or something like that, I would love to know about it. If you find it, tell me, please. I would love to know. Because if there's already somebody out there who's already named this pattern, it would be awesome to know about. Danny, I don't know about it being it's a card game. It's a card game that the kids play with playing cards. Yeah, that documentary, Don't F with Cats. Yeah, that was pretty interesting to watch. I've seen that before. So let's take a look at what Arthur was mentioning about in the Discord. I will look for that real quick here. It looks like he posted it in here, and I see it. I see it right here.
Press release on Monday, January 25.
Yeah, we saw that.
Is that all the institutions have sold their shares?
Okay, that was the one that we were watching earlier this morning. That's actually the one I had from this morning. Is a little bit longer than this one. So I'm gonna stick with the other one. That's awesome, Curtis. Congratulations. You guys don't need to. Um, I don't want you guys to like post, and I'm not saying you can't, but I'd prefer if you guys didn't post your positions. There's definitely people who have been targeted before on YouTube based off of them identifying how many shares that they had or their positions, and I don't want that to happen to you. I would hate for that to happen to you. So, audio erotic, I've never seen you in the channel before, so welcome. As far as AMC volume being gone, that's nothing new. That's happened on several occasions in the past. It's not anything that I'm concerned about. And then you also said 2.4 cost to borrow, and there's 15 million shares. I'm not sure where you're getting those numbers from because as I'm seeing it right now, current reporting for cost to borrow is 9.82. As far as shares available, I'm definitely not seeing 15 million anywhere listed. In fact, I'm seeing 450,000 just shares available to borrow currently with ETFs at 130,000. But as far as how many shares are actually available, we've seen it as high as 195 not too long ago, and we're down at 138. I think it's 138 million shares on loan. Hold on a second. 137.3. So, anyways, just want to clear up any FUD that is out there in regards to the numbers that you're putting out, because those numbers aren't right. No, I understand, Curtis. I'm just saying, be careful. Okay. How's it going, Glenn? He did post it, Francis. He posted that video already, or you posted it actually. You posted it, and I clicked on it earlier, but I can't show the video though. That's his material. Danny just reposted it, so if you guys want to take a look at it, you're more than welcome to. I can't show it here though. Forrest says, Casey, if you could fight anyone, who would you fight? If I could fight anyone? Like, I guess I don't really go around thinking about like who I could fight. Um, I don't know. I don't really. Oh shoot! I just noticed that my screen's got jacked up here. I don't know, man. That's I don't even want to say it's. I don't. I quite honestly don't go around thinking about fighting people. It's kind of a weird one for me. I just noticed my page is jacked up because Ortex kind of relabeled and removed everything around, so I gotta reorganize here a little bit. There we go. Bob Hope. I would never fight Bob Hope. There'd be no ramifications or anything. I don't have any. I just don't. I don't know. I can't think of anybody that I want to just fight. It doesn't. I don't work like that apparently. Interesting story about Mike Tyson. So I worked with a guy who actually kicked Mike Tyson's ass. I don't know. I don't know if he really kicked Mike Tyson's ass. All I know is that he definitely knocked him down. And what happened was is and you can look it up. Look it up in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. Mike Tyson got in a fight in a club and got knocked out. But apparently Mike Tyson was hitting on his wife, and dude didn't like it, and so he stood his ground to Mike Tyson, squared up with him, and one hit him straight in the face and knocked him out. Now, a lot of people at work were kind of like, yeah, right, whatever. And then when we saw the newspaper and it said that he was in an altercation and that he was indeed knocked down, a lot of people at work started thinking that there was probably a good reason that he may have taken a knee because he's a registered fighter And if he were to hit back the other guy, that we could be considered assault with a deadly weapon. So Mike Tyson may have gone down for a reason. He may have gone down because he knew that if he were to lay a hand on the guy, he could have gone to jail for assault. But um, so a lot of us aren't really sure how that really went down. We just know that he hit him and Mike Tyson went down. He was a big guy. He was a big guy, but I don't know if he was big enough to take Mike Tyson on, like really take him on. Did you ever come across any more info on the VIX restrictions? I have not. The clip that I showed this morning is the same clip, Francis. It's the same exact clip. The one that you linked earlier was the exact same clip that I played earlier this morning. Let me see what Danny's got up here now. Hold on a second. The one that Danny has up now is one from CSI, and I can't play that one, so it doesn't matter what it is. I can't play it. So it wasn't the one that you linked earlier, but the one that Arthur linked was the same exact one. The video that you linked is one from CSI, and I can't play that one. If you can find a link through Twitter to a Twitter post that shows that, then I could probably play it. Yo says that deadly weapon stuff is a myth. This ain't Con Air. Okay. I mean, we were trying to figure out like how the heck he knocked Mike Tyson out, and I don't know, man. All I can tell you is that he definitely knocked him down, though. He was out. The reports that I had from other people who were at the bar, he was out cold. So I don't know. Cookie Monster says, "Hi Casey. Last night, my son heard my listing to Roth Capital and said, 'Hey, that's not your guy.' And this morning he heard your voice and said, 'Hey, that's your guy.' Made me feel like I was cheating." That you tell your son. You tell your son you do what you want to do. It's your choice. That's funny. That's really funny. But he has such a deeper voice than I have. Let me tell you guys. So this is what's going on today. We're looking like we're a little bit down. We're about 4.35%. I can't do it. I can try, but that's that's pretty messed up. Oh man, AP, you're back to work, so no wonder you didn't answer me last night. I tried to reach out to AP last night. I wanted to talk to him, and he was unable to get back to me. It's because he was probably trying to catch up on some sleep before going into work. Sorry to hear that, AP. Yeah, I can totally understand why you would have gone to sleep early. Yeah, Yo says Mike was probably faded as AF. No way a regular dude KO'd Mike. I agree. I mean, see, you have to understand, guys. I'm on the other side. I'm with you guys on this one, right? Like, dude comes into work saying he knocked out Mike Tyson, and everybody starts going like BS, BS, like calling. And then another guy who was there at the bar with him says like, no, no. He backs up the story, and we're all going like, whatever. Then it was just he didn't hit you back because he used a lethal weapon kind of thing. I mean, we were looking for all kinds of reasons why Mike Tyson was knocked out by this dude from work. The dude from work was legit a little bit scary, kind of I mean a big kind of Samoan kind of dude, but I mean he didn't. I don't know. I don't know. He was a big guy. He's a big guy, but I mean it's Mike Tyson though, right? I'm with you guys. We figured there had to be a reason why Mike Tyson went down. That was one of the things that was suggested was he was probably so hammered The dude probably couldn't even see straight. But Wrench Capital, the Darth Vader of AMC YouTubers. Luke, I am your father. Dude has such a deep voice. Somebody suggested that he has some kind of like um, voice modification for his voice like that, and I don't. I'm gonna say right here. I'm gonna say for the record, I don't think he does. I think legit that's his real voice. War Dog says, "How come the kids don't say boo anymore?" I always forget to play this stuff. That's why. I should get the kids out. You don't believe Mike Tyson was punched out by my one of my coworkers? I don't just make this stuff up, guys. There's an actual news article out there. Mike Tyson was look it up, Phoenix, Arizona. Jordan says, "Oh wait, Francis says I can't find it on Twitter, but I think it was really a good lift to give us apes. So one of others. I want to play it, Francis, but the thing is it's on CSI's station or his channel, and one of the things that I'm really trying to stay away from is playing other people's content. I don't collect any money or anything from anybody here, so if there's other people who are collecting money or getting money for their content, I don't want to take away from that. So, for me to play it here would be to take away from the views. I'm not telling you not to go watch it. I'm saying go watch it. Give them the views. I'm not going to play here for everybody to steal their views. You got to go watch it on their channel. I can't. I don't believe in stealing other people's content. I really don't. That's not what I'm here to do. Glenn's saying he is not using any type of voice alteration. That man is hung. Myself says I think he uses a voice app to make his voice less deep. I can't win here, guys. Like you're telling me legit like kids' voices from the van sounds bad. Where'd the kids' voices go? Like there's no winning here. Loopy says, Casey, I believe your friend was dreaming. He had eyewitnesses. His wife even uh, um, validified. Is that right? She verified that indeed truly did happen, and then there was a news article that came out about it. So I think it happened. So in regards to the choppiness, that means that it's a trend when it goes down to zero, right? Or does it mean consolidation? Oops, I dropped that. Or does it mean consolidation? I'd have to go back to what I was reading on it when I pulled it up, but I think that meant that it's a trend. The higher the number, the more of a consolidation it is. Or do I have it backwards? Yucca Free says, "What? So who have I been sending all that money to?" Not me. Not me. That's really funny. That's cool, Cookie. That's awesome. Hopefully, hopefully he knows now it's okay for his mom to listen to whatever she wants to. Why is it wrench? I don't understand. I don't understand how ROENSCH is wrench. Ronch is what it looks like to me. I could see ronch, but not wrench. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Is there? Can somebody help me out here? Does that come from like a? Is there another language that spells wrench like that? Jordan says 350-yard drives and Mike Tyson stories. I don't know. All right, you guys are gonna make me look up the article, aren't you? You guys could have looked it up on your own, but you're gonna make me look it up. Hold on a second. I'll see if I can find it. It usually pops up pretty quickly. Here it is. Mike Tyson fight in a bar, Phoenix, Arizona is what I typed in. And Tyson, December 9th, 2004. Tyson KO'd car hood at bar, police in Arizona say. Scottsdale, okay, so it was in Scottsdale, not in Phoenix. But former heavyweight champion Mike Tyson was arrested on suspicion of a misdemeanor criminal charge for allegedly jumping on the hood of a car outside of a city nightclub. Police said Tyson, who moved to Scottsdale earlier this year, appeared with attorneys at the city's. Let's see, going on. Let's see, where is it? Police said it was unclear if Tyson and the other man fought inside the club before the incident or if they knew each other. The 20-year-old victim reported the incident to police and claimed a body shop estimated the hood damage at $1,400. I don't remember that part of the story. This may not be the same one. Hold on. I'm trying to remember. 2004, I would have been working with him at that time. I don't remember that part of the story. Maybe this is a different one. It's funny because the title of this says Tyson KO'd car hood at bar. I guess it was talking about the car hood, but let's see. Oh, this is probably it right here. Tyson and new probe after topless bar fight. That might be the one. Boy, there's a lot of them in here. Tyson's what year was this one? April 9th, 2002. No, that's too long ago. I wasn't there then. 2002, 2020. I'm pretty sure it might have been that 2000, the first article, the 2004 one. But my understanding is that he got KO'd in the bar. I don't know about this whole hood of the car thing, but there was definitely an altercation inside the bar, from my understanding. I never heard about the car part. I don't see any other articles here though. That's way too long ago. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the 2004 incident. Because that would be in the time frame that I would have been there. Yeah, that's the only one I see. I'm pretty sure it was the 2004 incident. Well, the thing is he was the one that pressed charges. I'm pretty sure, Sam. He pressed charges against Mike Tyson because my understanding is Mike Tyson stepped in on him. And he felt like he was defending himself. Yeah, I'm really surprised. I would have thought that we would have heard about the car part of it. Cost to borrow has dropped again. I think I've got cost to borrow right up on the page now, right? I'm not sure. You need to look at fees. There's a difference between cost to borrow and fees. Big difference. No, it's Mike Tyson. Let me go ahead and refresh Ortex, and we'll see if that cost to borrow has changed. It was 9.82. It is now 9.84, so it's actually gone up, not down. Fees are currently, I'm not sure where you're getting your numbers from, but fees are currently at 7.2. So you're talking about fees. Cost to borrow is not fees. Those are totally different things. If you want an explanation for how you can relate those, fees are like your closing costs for a home loan, right? Like when you're getting a home loan, fees are your closing costs to enter into the loan agreement. Your cost to borrow is actually going to be your interest rate during the time that the loan is open. So that's the difference. But the fees did drop. They went from 7.6 to 7.2. I wonder how many of those. Who said that? Where did it go? Oh, Jordan says there's 33 people named Mike Tyson in the U.S. I'm wondering how many of those were named Mike Tyson after Mike Tyson was famous. Myself says if your friend isn't missing an ear, it didn't happen. He was missing a couple screws for sure. He was known for being very excitable. Well, I don't know him anymore, Jabibs. The way that he lived his life was very reckless, and I don't know if he's calmed down or if he's gotten worse. I don't know. I don't know what's happened to him. I worked back in the early 2000s with him, so I don't know what he's up to or anything. But he one of the things that happened just before I left working with him was as he was driving like 120 miles an hour on a motorcycle down the 101 in Phoenix and trying to flee being caught by the police from speeding. Crashed his bike, almost lost his life. The dude is very edgy. He's always taking risks. Like punching Mike Tyson. And so anyways, Yo says, Casey, I looked it up. The law don't care if you're trained up. It's judges and juries whom hold significant training in regard to verdict and punishment. Gotcha. I know it's definitely a topic that we brought back up though, or that we had brought up as well when he had told us the story, because we just didn't really believe it. There was like no way. Pretty sure he had served some jail time. He almost didn't, myself. He almost didn't survive it. If you know anything about the 101 in Phoenix, well, it might be actually. I think where he crashed at might have been like the Peoria side of the 101, but regardless, the freeway over there is really there's some extensive portions of it that are very straight, and hitting 120 miles an hour isn't a problem until you get to the sections where there is a little bit of up and down waviness. And I think he kind of hit a spot where he kind of caught some air and then lost it when he hit the ground. At 120 miles an hour, the roads, you tend to notice up and down movement in the road a lot more. No stories like that with the lion myself. He was I don't know if he was life flighted or not, but he was rushed to a hospital where they had to I think they had to resuscitate him, and then he had like all kinds of broken everything, like just tons of broken stuff. I never saw him again after that. He didn't show back up to work due to his injuries. I don't know if he could have come back to work. Yo says, how's OBV holding up? Let's take a look at it. I'm going to take this to the daily because I really think that's how you should look at OBV properly. Actually, let me get rid of it here. Start back up again. Get rid of all this junk. All right, let's add it. OBV is a little bit down day over day, so there has been some selling that's been going on from starting from like the 20s, starting from like the 21st and going forward. But overall, in the grand scheme of things, in terms of like, where we're at in on balance volume compared to historicals, I would say that we're, you know, we're definitely on the top side of those numbers, right? If you were to take like an average, you can see where I've got this line, this dotted line going through here. You can see we're definitely on the upper side of majority of the data. Oh no, no, myself. We heard about him getting in the motorcycle accident, and his sister worked with us. And she told everybody that he was in the motorcycle accident. A lot of people took him flowers and gifts and stuff to visit him. It's 12 o'clock, guys. It's time to take a look. Yeah, not a problem, yo. It's time to take a look at our numbers here. Let me log into my broker. I'm gonna start saying broker instead of the actual who I use. Just because I feel like I'm advertising it. I don't want to feel like I'm advertising it. So let me take you guys over to the other page. If I haven't read to what the heck did I just click on? Okay. If I haven't read any of your messages at this point, I won't see it. So hold that thought for me personally, unless you've just got a general thing that you want to talk about in the comment suggested to everybody in general. But let's take a look and see what's going on here. As far as off exchange goes, we have 57.08 an hour ago and 13.74. Our current values, 57.51 and 13.27. Combined total 70.78. That's about how much off exchange volume we had an hour ago. Do note that's not all of our off exchange volume, just the largest portions of it. Taking a look at shares having been borrowed according to Ortex, it's 1.55 million. That's up from 1.32 an hour ago. That should have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 18.54%. Cost of borrow average is at 9.84, max is at 10.18, and min at 8.27. Shares on loan is 137.33, which is about 5.2 million shares less day over day, and about 2 million, roughly speaking, about 2 million of it was short interest. Mostly newer positions were closed. Taking a look at the options. On the calls, at a $16 strike price, an hour ago there were 6.7 thousand contracts, there's now 7.2. Low volume today on calls. On the puts, an hour ago, $15 was our highest strike. It still is. It went from 4.9 to 5.2. But there's a very close runner-up at $14 strike price. Market still indicating that there may be a closing price by the end of the day today around somewhere between $15 and $16. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently ranked 4th with 72% buys to 28% sales. AMC currently in 13th with 61% buys to 39% sales. Our buy to sell ratio went from 52% this morning to 61%, so we're looking a lot better. SSR is triggered for the day today at 13.95. Shares available to borrow is still the same. No new shares borrowed at all since market open, pretty much. Fees have gone from 7.6 down to 7.2. We may see some borrowing happening with those fees going down. Currently, there's 94.4 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 8.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 32.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Wondering if we can look him up. NASDAQ is down 0.25%. Dow Jones is up 0.29%. S&P 500 is up 0.2%. We currently have more advancers than decliners with 3,876 to 2,916. VIX is up 2.26%. IWB is up 0.17. IWD is up 0.5. IWM is up 0.61. Tesla is down 0.61. Amazon is down 0.76. Cinemark is down, or up rather, 0.76. Doge is down 3.76. Bitcoin is down 2.76. GME is down 5.37. HYMC is down 1.47. Hood is down 1.05. NCMI is up 1.79, and AMC is down 3.45% for the day today. Inflow versus outflow, there's currently $5 million more in outflow than inflow. 13.45 million shares having been traded for the day today after slightly half the day. We've traded 218 minutes, putting us on a pace for 24 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested somewhere in pre-market between 20 and 40 million shares traded for the day today. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.53, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.63, which is average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.7, which is below average. Finally coming out of oversold territory. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.54, which is just slightly coming out of the oversold territory, but still very below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, and RSI at 57.94, slightly above, it's almost above average RSI. Price is moving back up. Maybe, just maybe, we can get a cup and handle out of today. Let me see. 1049 to 13. What are these increments of? 30-minute increments. 1, 2, 2.5 hours, maybe. Two and a half hours. 13, 14, 15, 10. Yeah, we might see. What I want to see happen next, if that's going to be the case, is I need to see an ascending parallel channel on the way up. I don't see that yet, but if we can see a parallel ascending channel, we may be on the top side of a cup. And unfortunately, though, I think due to time restraints, if we were to get up to the top side of this, it probably wouldn't be till around the last final hour of the trading day, which would be the part where we would probably see the downwards pressure pushing us back down to maybe perhaps just slightly above $15. But we gotta see an ascending parallel channel form here, and I'm not quite seeing it yet. Let me just try and put in one to see what it would look like. And if this is going to work out, we should see breakouts of the ascending parallel channel going upwards, which is very highly unusual and very oftentimes leads to what is the other side of the cup formation. So we'll see if that works out, if that pans out for us. I'm going to leave this data here. I don't know if this is necessarily an ascending parallel channel. There's not enough data to support that as of yet. We're getting Stockwiz. How's it going, man? Let's see here. We're doing reverse repo guesses. Hold on a second. Let me get my numbers out here and see where we're at. 2.24 was Friday. No, it was Wednesday. Wednesday was 2.24. That's the last time I refreshed it. Let me see. What was Friday's numbers? Oh, wait. It's giving me today's numbers. I don't want to see them. How do I go backwards? There we go. 2.228. I'm going to go with 2.286. Let's see what we got here. Okay, it's not reading. I don't see the numbers yet. It put up the new time, but I don't see any numbers as of yet. Okay. So I'll leave it up to Thick to read those off to us when they come in. I think I have to agree with what you're saying there, Yale. It does kind of look like that just a tad bit, doesn't it? Thorblade said Adam Aron's pounds. He bought out Cinemark. Man, I've seen so many theories. So many theories. It's not even. There's a lot of theories out there. I'm not even going to begin to try and suggest to you guys that I know what it is because I honestly have no clue. But I'll tell you what, though. I think it's dangerous to believe that it's actually going to be released on the day of the earnings report. I don't believe that he specifically said that it would happen on that day, although it might. I just don't want people to be thinking that that's the day. Forrest says the pound says he's going to start marketing your mugs. Oh man. That's funny, man. Forrest, did you hear me break it? Like, did you hear at the very end of the movie, like when the credits were rolling, did you hear it drop and break? Because I feel like everybody was looking. It was like one of those moments where like when it hits the ground, like you have that, like you get the cold sweats because you feel like all eyes are on you. It was so bad. Yeah, so he basically just said it wouldn't happen before. I don't think that he's ever stated that it would happen on. I didn't hear it, but it could have been anything. I didn't think it was your mug. I thought it could have been Wrench Capital putting someone in their place. 2.192 trillion. Hold on a second. Hold on. What did I have? I had 2.286. Dang. I was low. Wait, 2.1? It went down. It went down. Interesting. So reverse repo has been kind of leveled out a little bit. This could be a sign, guys. This could be a sign a little bit that maybe inflation might be starting to become under control. Maybe one more interest rate hike might help with starting to correct things. But I feel like the reverse repo is kind of like hit like all-time highs and has not moved huge amounts since. Like one of the largest dates today or to date is June 30th, which is quite a ways back when it was 2.329. So we might see a little bit of a leveling off here on the reverse repo, which I think might be a good thing for the economy overall. Appreciate it, Thick. I understand what you're saying myself. I get it. Like I understand it's not really a sign that it's in control, but that it's being contained. How's that? That it's not getting worse. I think that's I think that's maybe a better way to say it. It's not getting worse. It may be a sign of that. You guys are like, no way, there's no way. This is like inflation is out of control. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the numbers look like. I mean, I think, here, let me pull up the other screen that I have for CPI in regards to um, whether they're going to increase let's see, next 8:30. Let's see here. All right, so last time I updated this was on, does it tell me? No, it doesn't. The rates are getting increased, by the way. The Fed meeting is July 27th, which is Wednesday. It's the last time I updated this was on 3/15, I think. No, what am I saying? 3/15. Data as of July 17th. So last time I updated this was on the 17th. And it was a 71.5% chance of hitting 225 to 250, which is another 75 basis points. It would be 100 if it was 250 to 275. So right now, 3/4 of a chance of hitting 75 points. So let's I'm gonna refresh it and see what it says now. Because I've seen it flip flop once already. 75.1, so still the same percentage. They're still kind of looking at like a 75% chance of 75 basis points. Yeah, I agree with you, Yale. I don't disagree at all. All right, guys. I apologize. All right, it's not under control. What I meant is it's not getting worse. It could be a sign that it may not be getting worse. I know 9.1 is like so bad, and probably when we get the next report, it's probably going to be like closer to 10. But it could be due to the fact that the reverse repo is showing signs of leveling off, that it may be, and I shouldn't say under control, but at least sustaining current levels, maybe, perhaps. Sam says the fact that they're changing the definition of a recession says it all. You guys, I'm sorry. I said it wrong. You guys are funny. Yeah, if the channel's gone, the channel's gone. Cassius says, come September 1st, I think we could see a crash. They are propping up markets so people don't bail. They want to do the rug pull themselves, tinfoil hat. There's a lot of people that would suggest that September would be kind of the correct time frame, Cassius. And the reason for that being is that September 1st is it's historically it's the time of the year when the markets do tend to have rough periods. So I could see where you'd be coming from on that. From a technical analysis standpoint, 2008 was around that time frame. 1930 or 1929 was around that time frame. So historically speaking, in the sense of when do markets usually have these massive corrections to the downside, you may be correct on that. There's definitely room to suggest that September is a very common period of time for that to happen. Cassius says Casey opened up a can of worms. You guys got to stop hanging on like my literal words. What I'm saying, like about being in control, is no, you guys heard it enough. I'm not going to say it again. Sam says when they want to change the statistics, they always change the definitions to get the results they want. Sam, one of the scariest things that I ever had happen to me working in the semiconductor industry was I was working in the engineering department. And as a technician, usually engineering and manufacturing are separated into two different groups. You have engineering, you have engineering technician side, engineering process side, and then you have manufacturing side, right? And engineering technician side works on the tools, engineering process side works on the process, and whether it's in control and keeps it good and optimizes and all that kind of stuff. And then you've got your manufacturing whose goal is to just push the shit out of the product, right? And what happened, one of the scariest times that I've ever had in my entire career is when they took the process technicians and took them out of the engineering department and put them over into the manufacturing side. So I suddenly went from reporting to engineers for the company to reporting to supervisors who only cared about production movements. And so every time that a tool went down and it wasn't meeting specifications, they would come in and they'd be like, they'd want to redefine what the spec was. And I'd be like, well, you can't do that. You can't just come in here and be like, I want this tool up and running because it's close enough. But apparently they did. They did. It's just like what they're talking about doing right now with the White House. They can't basically somebody else from a different department comes in and says, nope, we're going to change this. We're going to say that this is now correct, and we're going to run with this, and we don't care. We don't care what the outcome is because we don't care what it is that you have to say from an engineering standpoint, and you're either going to run with this or you're not going to run with this. But if you're not running with us, you can go find yourself a new job. That's what they say. A scary time, and it was a scary, scary time for me. Very, very scary because I'm the one who has to sign off on the quality, right? And people who are watching out for our economy, they're the ones who are signing off on our economy and saying like this is either good or this is bad, right? And now if somebody above them wants to change the definition as to what's good and what's bad, they either have to go find a new job if they're not willing to meet those new requirements, or get with the times and start making things look right that meets those requirements. It is it's a terrible feeling when you're a numbers person. Terrible, terrible feeling, because that's not what you're about. You're about the truth and the numbers making sense. And when somebody comes to you and tells you that you suddenly have to start seeing things back asswards, uh, it's terrible. And quite frankly, it's unethical. But anyways, that was one of my. And so when I switched, I ended up leaving that company eventually. When I went to the next company that I went to work for, I was in the interview, and I actually had to interview with the head of the engineering department, which usually never happens. Like nobody ever interviews with the head of the engineering department for a process technician position. I have no idea why he wanted the interview, to see who I was or what I believed in. But when it got to the portion of the interview where he asked me if I had any questions, I asked him, I said, do you ever foresee manufacturing, or do you ever foresee manufacturing controlling engineering technicians, and residing, or engineering technicians residing underneath manufacturing supervision? And he laughed. He laughed at me, and he goes, why would you say that? Why would you think that that would be the case? And I said, well, I came from that, and I think it's terrible. I think it's awful that people, would try to redefine what's in control and what's not in control from the process standpoint when all they care about is production. And he goes, it'll never happen as long as I'm here. So I said, all right, well, I'll take the job as long as you're here. And I got the job. So that was a good thing. But I just I this is not how the world should run. You shouldn't have the chiefs deciding what your parameters are, and your Indians who are just simply telling you what's right and what's wrong. Your smart guys who are telling you what's right and wrong. You shouldn't have the chiefs being able to redefine what's right and what's wrong. The chiefs need to listen to their Indians when the Indians are telling them this shit's no good. They need to listen. They need to listen, and they need to respond appropriately. So I guess what I'm trying to say, long story short, is if we're going to redefine what a recession is, look out, guys. Look out. Ace 23, I've never seen you comment in here before, so it's good to see you first off. Do I think monkeypox is going to mess with our play? No, I do not. Kasha says, I deal with that every day. I'm a licensed inspector. Production is always trying to get me to look the other way, and when I don't, they cry to my boss, head of engineering. Luckily, my boss backs me. Cassius, so long as you're working for a boss that backs you, you're golden. Stick to your guns. Stay with that. Stay with your standards. Don't allow them to try and get you to be unethical. Sir, I applaud you. Do not bend. Do not waver from your ethics. Your job as a licensed inspector saves people's lives. Don't be that guy who cuts the corners and forgets to place, says like, oh, well, a nut on that wing over there, it doesn't matter. No big deal. You can sign off on that. Let that plane fly. No, sir. You stick to those guns. Stick to them strong. And the minute that they find a boss to come in there that doesn't back you, find something else, sir. Don't work under those conditions. I didn't hear anything myself. I don't know what you're talking about. I think that must have been on your end. Well, my hat's off to you, Sir Cassius. Sir Cassius, my hat's off to you. Keep those good ethics. Easter Beast says, does that mean that the idea of ladies first is ancient history? I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what ladies first means, but I don't understand what you and how that is in reference to what we're talking about. We got a little bit of extra volume in here, and we did have some minutes in here where we had about 100,000 shares that were getting traded, but most of the volume is still really low. Very, very low volume. Just a little bit of spiking though. I haven't seen the Wakanda Forever trailer. It's like 2 minutes, just a little over 2 minutes long. You guys want to see that? I think I kind of do. We'll do some free advertising for Marvel here. Let me see if I can turn up my volume here and not blast without blasting you guys.
Good friends we have, and
All right.
good friends we. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. Hey, little darling, don't shed no tear. No woman, no cry. Good friends we have, and good friends we've lost along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So dry your tears, I say.
Cool. I'm a little excited. That's pretty cool looking. Can't wait. Oh, hold on a second. Let me move this real quick here. There we go. That was pretty cool, man. I had not seen that. Alex says, "Sorry, Casey Shaw. Can you replay the trailer? I was typing nonsense. Hold on. Let me go back up and see what you're saying. Just rewind. Rewind. I won't say. I promise I won't say anything crazy in the next 5 minutes. Just rewind a little bit. Okay. Now that she's not here, or Alex is not here. Sorry, I assumed it's a she. It could be a he. As long as now that Alex isn't here. Oh wait, you're still here. Never mind. Oh man, just kidding. I have an important announcement to make. Have you guys heard about Melvin Capital? Cassius has heard. Who is Melvin Capital? Dun, 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 dun. What is an X hedge fund? Let's take a look here. I'm gonna type in AMC, see what kind of current news we got going, but I'm gonna hold off on reading it until Alex is back here in about 2 to 3 minutes after going back and rewatching that. Let's see here. Why is AMC? Okay, here we go. Motley Fool coming out with an article saying why AMC Entertainment is down and the market is up. Okay, sure. Let's check it out. What's the market up by? It's not. How about that? How are the markets doing? Let's check the markets out here. Yeah. Dow Jones is up .1. Congratulations. Oh man. What a bunch of jokers. Where did they get these man. I just don't understand. I feel like somebody, every time I read one of these Motley Fool articles, I feel like somebody got hurt. Like somebody beat them up when they were a kid, and or they had some kind of like maybe they had some kind of like movie investment position that went wrong at one point in time or another, or currently, that's giving them a bad taste in their mouth that would cause them to talk trash like this. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Wait, hold on a second. I'm not going to do this until Alex is back. I want to make sure Alex is back. So we'll wait for Alex to get back. Alex, when you're back, say something. That's great, Doug. But Donkey Kong says, "Show me on the doll where Aaron touched you in a bad place." That's that's what I feel like. That's really what I feel like. Legit, like we're down 3.83%. Like, I mean, that's really not that bad. I mean, if you consider how much we've gone up I don't actually have the time frame written down, but I think it was like the beginning of June. We went from 1109 to 1837. I mean, it's 65.6% up. We're down 19.4. Let's see, the low we hit was 1481. That's down 19.4% since our original increase in value. There's going to be pullbacks. It doesn't make sense. All right, Alex is here. Okay, cool. Did you guys hear anything about Blockbuster? Because there was some like talks this morning about Blockbuster being um, rejuvenated from the dead, which I thought was kind of interesting. I was like, what's going on here? Just out of curiosity, I don't know if you guys saw that or not over the weekend. But Donkey Kong says bunch of investors are trying to raise over 5 million to start a streaming service using Blockbuster's name. Interesting. Yeah, Toys R Us is already. I think Toys R Us had worked with a deal with I think Kohl's or I think it was Kohl's to carry a toy section in their stores, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong on that one. I can't remember what chain it was. I thought it was Kohl's though. Oh, is it Macy's stores? Okay, maybe it was Macy's. I couldn't remember the chain. I knew it was there. I knew it was a chain of stores, but I couldn't remember which one. So maybe it's Macy's stores, a corner of the store or a section of the store where it's going to be toys from Toys R Us. Cassius is. I'm not. Hey, I was never suggesting a partnership between Blockbuster and AMC. It was just that I saw that Blockbuster was supposedly making a comeback of some sorts or another. I wasn't trying to say that's what that was. Everybody will start claiming I was making those claims. That's not true. Man, Circuit City. I remember when Circuit City was going out of business, and I was living in Arizona at the time, and it was really weird, like walking in, watching like all the units just, like disappear off the shelves on discounted prices. And then I remember one specific time we had, I don't remember what it was we were picking up. Maybe it was like a universal remote or I forget what it was. It was something stupid, right? We walk into the store and all they have left is like every single item that they had left in the store was all grouped into one pile in the middle of the store, and they were selling the racks on the walls. Like they legit had like prices for like chairs and furniture and display items and stuff like that just listed everywhere. It was the craziest thing. I don't think I'd ever seen anything quite like that. But all of everything that they had left over from the store that nobody had bought was all just kind of grouped up in the middle of the store. And it was just kind of like a free for all picking. Um, it was weird. It was weird to see it gutted like that. You know, Bobby, I did have a somebody asked that question for me, and welcome to the channel. I don't know that I necessarily seen the name before, but um, forgive me if you've been here and I just didn't recognize. But somebody asked me that earlier this morning, and I said max pain is 15, but I could see it driving up maybe a buck or two, perhaps by the end of the week, which is right in that target range of 17 that you're saying. So I think I could see that happening. However, we're gonna have to see that max pain start increasing though, in order for that to happen. And after today's price action, it's not gonna happen tomorrow. I can guarantee that. We're getting $15 calls and $14 puts with the highest amount of volume. Sorry, strike that. $16 calls and $15 puts that are hitting the market right now most heavily, um, which doesn't really do a whole lot for moving it up for 15. So, if we're going to get there, we're going to have to start seeing price move up within the next few days, Wednesday at the latest. But I would like to see 17 by the end of the week. Let me just check something real quick here. Let's see here. Yeah, because max pain for next week is 14. And the week after that, it's 15, back up to 15 again. So the week ending 8/12 is set 15. The week ending 8/5 is 14. And then this week is 15. So if we're going to get those numbers pushed up, we're going to have to start seeing price go up here soon. Yeah, thanks, Thick Grams. Appreciate that. Jordan says Adam Aron needs to buy things not associated with movie theaters so they can actually make money. You know what? Myself has a really good. I don't know if he wants to share or not, but he has a really good. He has some information that he researched about conglomerates. Let me see if that's the exact wording. Hold on one second here. I don't want to. I'm kind of throwing him under the bus here without asking him if I could say this first, but yeah, conglomerate mergers, bringing companies together. I don't want to share his information. I'd rather he share it. If he doesn't want to share it, then that's fine. I can understand. But I think you're kind of on the right track there a little bit, Jordan. I do think that things not relating to the movie business actually do help strengthen the company. Tammy says, Casey, I'm going to Arizona in October. Looking forward to it. Well, it's definitely a much cooler time of the year. Make sure you dress lightly. Take your bathing suit with you. Tammy, I did a shout out to you this morning. We actually had an instance, and I'm going to actually draw back to this and just kind of show you real quickly. We had an instance again this morning where we had shares that went through. Um, just a few minutes before market open. The approximate time was 9:25 this morning, Eastern Standard Time. And we had quite a few single share orders that went through here. Up to 1664, and the low on it was 1543. Quite a wide range there. It was shocking to see it, I think, that close to the market open. Captain Awesome, good to see you. Myself says, sure, go ahead, talk about the merger thingy. Okay, all right, I'll talk about it. I mean, I don't want this to be kind of one of those things, guys, where I'm suggesting something's going to happen. But what is the creation of a conglomerate with a new ticker symbol? A conglomerate merger brings together companies and unrelated businesses to reduce risk. Combining companies whose products have different seasonal patterns or respond differently to business cycles can result in more stable sales. The Philip Morris Company, now called Altaria Group, started out in the tobacco industry but diversified as early as the 1960s with the acquisition of Miller Brewing Company. It diversified into the food industry with the subsequent purchase of General Foods, Kraft Foods, and Nabisco, among others. Later spinning off many businesses, current product categories include cigarettes, smokeless tobacco such as Copenhagen and Skoal, cigars, e-vapor products such as Markton, and wines. But the idea here is that if Adam Aron were to do like conglomerate mergers between AMC and perhaps like other um, unrelated businesses to the movies, it could potentially turn uh, AMC into a more profitable type company. Some examples of conglomerates that are out there are like things like Berkshire Hathaway, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, formerly Facebook, Procter and Gamble, Unilever, Diageo, Johnson and Johnson, and Warner Media. All those companies own many subsidiaries. Some own subsidiaries that are all within the same industry, such as Diageo, focusing on beverage alcohol, while others are diversified, like Amazon, which owns its grocery stores, Whole Foods, Goodreads, a social catalog site of books, Zappos, a shoe retailer, and many more other subsidiaries. So myself actually linked that information to me. We're not trying to scheme or suggest anything specific here. It's just that if AMC were to diversify, their portfolio of what the company holds or what the company's a part of, they could stand to potentially build the company into something more than just a movie theater chain, which, some people would suggest is struggling. And so, if he was to branch out into other type things, you could potentially see them have earnings from those other potentials. Who knows? Adam Aron's a smart guy. I think he knows what he's doing. I'm going to leave it in his capable hands. I'm not as smart as he is, but I wouldn't be opposed to diversification of the company. Caitlin Nelson says, everyone everyone will partner with AMC eventually, just like Taco Bell and Demolition Man movie. Man, I remember that. That was weird. It was weird but scary true because as time went on, you started seeing Taco Bell like merging with everything. It's kind of scary how that movie was maybe a little bit ahead of its time because it was a crap movie. I was not a big fan. I'm sorry. I'm just not a big fan of it. That's right. Hackshire Birthaway. We got about 2 minutes more here, guys, and I'll take a look at the numbers before I go on my last break. I think everybody's. I think a lot of people are. Um, hmm, Let me rephrase this. We're all really excited to know where we're going with this pounce, this quote unquote pounce. And I think that's great. I'm glad to see that so many people are excited and that there's a lot of different ideas about where we're going to go. I don't really care about, you know, truly and honestly where we're going. I care about where we've been, and I care about continuing to see AMC grow one way or the other. That's what I do care about. I want to see us. I know somebody said we don't care about that. We care about seeing AMC run in price with a squeeze. I'd love to see that too. I really want to see a squeeze, but I do also think that the company will only um, improve its possibility to be able to squeeze with fundamentals getting better. So if AMC can improve the fundamentals um, while we go through this entire process, great. That's awesome. Man, so Captain Awesome, there used to be this place in San Diego called Wonderland, and it was spelled with a U, Wunderland. They might even still have one there. Um, but it was a nickel arcade, and you spent like, I don't know, I want to say it was like $12 to get in, or maybe it was even like $9. You'd spend like $9 to get into the place, and then everything was a nickel. Everything. They had really old games, they had really new games, they had it all. And it was a nickel per game. Sometimes it was two nickels, but most of the time it was just a nickel. I would I would go there with 30 or $40 and I could literally stay there for 8 hours and play to my heart's content. I did that like on so many days off. I love going to that arcade. I want to see more places like that. I really do. It's so much fun. All right, guys, it's 101. I'm going to go ahead and log into my broker here and we'll take a look at our numbers. They haven't required me to log in additional times today. It's kind of with two-factor authentication, so it's kind of interesting. um, Taking you guys over the screen. If I don't comment on what you guys have written already, hold that comment for later. I can answer it when I get done with these numbers, but let's take a look at what we got going on here. Right after I move a couple screens. I was watching a video where somebody had cut and pasted some of my my live stream, and then they were commenting on it, and I was sitting there listening to it, and I was like, I hated it. I hated it with a passion, man. It was so terrible. I hate listening to myself. Taking a look at the numbers, guys. Off exchange 57.51 and 13.27 as of an hour ago. Refreshing the data, we have 58.09 and 12.8 now. Those numbers do seem a little bit higher. Let's check and see and add them together. Indeed, it is at 70.89%, which is fractionally higher than what it was an hour ago. I think it was like 70.7 earlier, but still over 70%, which is quite a bit of volume into the off exchange. An hour ago, there was a total of 1.55 million shares having been borrowed for the day. That is now down to, down to 488,000 shares. Hiccups. I hate them. Cost to borrow average is at 9.84. Cost to borrow max is at 10.18. Min is at 8.27. With that decrease in borrowed change amount by roughly a million shares, it's going to decrease the estimated short share interest of the free float down to 18.45%. And today we have 137.33 million shares on loan. That's about 5.2 million less shares than it was day over day, and about 2 million of those were short interest. They all happen to be newish loans, or newest loans and short interest, because the on loan average age per day went up with those return shares. Taking a look at the options. At a $16 strike price, an hour ago we had 7.2 thousand contracts. We now have 8.1. And for the puts, at a $15 strike price, an hour ago we had 5.2 thousand contracts. We now have 5.5. The market is still signaling for $15 to $16 close by the end of the day. AMC and GME, let's see here. According to Fidelity, based off of orders, GME is fourth with 72% buys to 28% sales. AMC is currently in 12th with 61% buys to 39% sales. Nice recovery today on AMC buy-sell order ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $13.95. No new shares have been borrowed even after the fees were lowered from 7.6 to 7.2. 94.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 8.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 32.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts, with 12.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.65, Dow Jones is up 0.04, and the S&P 500 is down 0.1. We currently have 3,520 advancers to 3,307 decliners. The market is advancing over declining. The VIX is, however, up 3.26%. IWB is down 0.11. IWD is up 0.25. IWM is up 0.28. Tesla is up 1.25. While I'm thinking about it, and I'm right here, I'm going to stop for just a second to refresh the ETF.com website to see if we've got a new understanding of which ETFs we're invested in. No change. Okay. Moving on. Tesla is down 1.25. Amazon is down 1.49. Cinemark up 1.45. Doge is down 4.26. Bitcoin is down 3.31. GME is down 5.37. HYMC down 1.23. Hood is down 1.87. NCMI is up 2.29, and AMC is down 4.35. Looking at outflow versus inflow, there's roughly $5 million more in outflow than inflow. 15.15 million shares having been traded so far for the day today, with less than 120 minutes to go. We've traded for 276 minutes, putting us on pace for 21.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is definitely low volume. However, in the pre-market, I suggested we'd see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Usually volume tends to drop a little bit, or the pace that we have by the end of the day drops a little bit more from here on out, but not too much. So I'm probably going to be just barely right on the bottom side of this one. Taking a look at the weekly Vortex indicator and RSI, we've got Vortex indicator showing more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.2, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.69, which is average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.74, signaling oversold. We've been signaling oversold for pretty much almost 2 full straight trading days. Getting close. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.89, signaling oversold. Hard time getting these words out. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.85, which is below average. Just looking at something right now. I feel like I've seen this pattern before. I'm going to try something. No, never mind. Never mind. We have not technically hit an SPF, which is starts at 1478. We hit 1481, which is really darn close, 4 cents off. But if price were to suddenly start rising, I would count it as a synthetic price failure. It's one of those questionable calls. I would rather see it break the 1478, but I'm okay if it doesn't. As long as it's this close as this. If it's only off by 4 cents, I'm all right with that. Why do I keep saying that? Why does that look wrong to me? Hold on a second. Oops. It's only 3 cents. I don't know why I keep saying 4 cents. It's only off by 3. I said 3 earlier this morning, then I changed it to 4, and I don't know why I did that. And I keep looking at it going like, that's not right. It's 3 cents. It's a senior moment, guys. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why I struggle with such simple, basic math problems. It's like 78, 79, 80, 81. Count with your fingers. Don't ask. It's just one of those. It's one of those things where it's just like you look at it and you're like, wait a minute, something's not right here. I gotta use my fingers on this. Oh man, I think I had too much of a good weekend. The brain's soft. All right, Arthur's saying, Casey tinfoil hat. Maybe the black NFT is a sign we are in the black for Q2. Thoughts? It's possible. Very, very possible. I like it. I don't know the answer though. I wish I did. Definitely tinfoil hat stuff though. I like it. Oh, thank you, Easter Beast. I've had you guys compliment my voice on several occasions, and I really appreciate you guys being so complimentative about it because trust me, I I don't like my voice. I can't stand it. Pumpy, how's it going, man? Good to see you. How's that dog doing? Dog's doing good, man. I haven't tripped on him lately. No dog tripping over here. Kale says so much for SSR. The interesting thing to note about today, guys, is that with SSR tripped, the amount of volume has been extremely low, meaning that if there's low liquidity and the short share restriction rules state that if there's low liquidity during times of low liquidity that they can create more exempt volume, short exempt volume. Wouldn't it make more sense that they would increase or cause more volume to occur in order to complete orders? If you just think about that for a minute, it kind of tells you that there's maybe a little something more going on here than meets the eye. There may be a reason why orders are not being completed. I don't know what that is, but it would definitely be logical to believe that if SSR was tripped, that they would be trying to complete as many orders as possible during those times of low liquidity. I'm not going to do it, Thick. I'm not doing it. I'm trying to. Captain Awesome saying the Aladdin system doesn't care about SSR. I think it cares about a lot of parameters. It's just interesting. It's interesting to see that SSR is tripped. Now, if you want to go down history lane here, let's go down history lane for just a second. We're gonna get rid of some of this, all this information here, so we can just see things. But let's go down history lane here and just check something out here real quick. I've got the dates marked on another page on when SSR was tripped, and so what I want you to see is something from the past. Let's see here. Let me pull it up. Okay. One of the dates that SSR tripped on was the 20th of May, which would be this date right here. SSR tripped on this day, and look at that volume down here. Look at the volume on the day that it tripped and the day after that it tripped. Look at those 2 days of volume in contrast to everything else before it. This day was 60 million in volume. This day was 53 million in volume. The days leading prior to it was 88, 170, 147, 206, and 294. Let's take a look back here. This is pre January run up. Let's take a look at the volume back then. The tripping SSR date on that one was on the 19th of January, which is right here. I'm gonna have to zoom in a lot on this one to see, but SSR tripped here and the day before. I'm gonna have to go back and recheck my values because it looks like it might have actually tripped on the 17th. Make sure that I've got the right data sets in here because I'm seeing the 19th on where I marked it, but the actual price change, the big drop, looks like it happened actually on the 17th. I might be wrong on this one. Why do I have the 19th? I think this is wrong. I'm gonna have to go back and look at it. Let me see. Let me pull up my history. Give me 1 second. This might be wrong. Let's see what we got here. Come on. All right, I only have May. Let me see. Let me look at this one. This doesn't include closing prices. I'm gonna have to find. I have an Excel spreadsheet open up somewhere that's got the close prices on there, and then I can figure out from there. I don't think this is gonna be on any of these here. Let me come back to this. Let me go back to it. But if I had to guess, I don't think this is. I mean, we can look at the closing price on each one of these. Closing price for the 18th was 326. Yeah, there's no way that was down 10% for that day. It had to be this day right here. Closing 297. It had to be the 17th. Let me move my indicator. I think it accidentally got moved at some point. Or it may be that I may have put the number on the day that it ended, but I want it to be this someplace else. All right, so it would have been this day right here. So let's look at the volume here, because the closing price on this day was 311, and all it has to do is meet less than 10% less than 311, which would be $2.79. And the low on this was 290. So there was no SSR trip here. Wait, hold on a second. 280. Well, where was the SSR trip? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong time frame. I wonder. 19th. 119. Hold on a second. Closing on this day was 306. So 275. Okay, this is it. It triggered on the 20th. So it went to a high of, or closed on at 306, and SSR would have triggered at $2.75. And sure enough, on 120 we hit 275. So SSR triggered on the 20th, not the 19th. Volume for the 20th was in a decline, and the day after, when SSR had tripped, it went down even further. So day over day, it went from 175 million down to 62 million on the day after. So SSR was on for the 8th and the 9th, or sorry, 20th and 21st. I was looking at these values up here. Let me go back and re-verify the history on just prior to June, because now I'm kind of questioning whether or not I got that right or not. Let me just go back and check. I've got 20th of May written in. 20th of May. Yeah, see, I think I drew these in the wrong spot. It's probably more like the 19th that it triggered. The 20th closing value on the 19th would have been 1264. Which means it would have triggered at 1137. It never got that low. So this had to be the SSR tripping day right here on the 19th, because the closing price on the 18th was 1403. Which is 1262, and it definitely hit 1260. The low on this was 1214. So the actual SSR tripping date was the 19th, not the 20th. I've just recorrected. I corrected my my values. So here's the actual day that SSR tripped, and you have volume decreasing day over day. And then one more day of lower volume before starting to see an upwards trend. That makes me really wonder. I need to go through my numbers here and check them all, make sure I've got them all accurate. But I went ahead and just changed my charts on TradingView so it's accurate now, at least for those 2 dates. Let me just check one more thing. One, two, three. That's correct. That's really weird. 1, 2, 3. Because I've always said 1, 2, 3, 3 days after SSR was tripped, we start seeing price run. And if you go back to January and after correcting these, 1, 2, 3 is correct here. And when I come over here and look at it, it's 1, 2, 3. So I'm kind of confused here as to why these values seem to have appeared to have changed from something that I had previously set, but they're correct now. Now I feel like I got to go check out GMEs. Let's go look at GMEs. Closing price on the 14th was 998. $898 would have been SSR. And it went down to 850, so it definitely tripped SSR here. So I've got it set up in the right spot on GME. 1, 2, 3. All right. I don't know why it was wrong, but it was. I gotta go back through and check all these later. It's gonna upset me. I don't like being wrong on data like that. It's kind of weird. Alrighty, guys, it's time for me to take a break. Caitlin, I prefer if you didn't advertise stuff like that. Alrighty, guys, let me put up the message and I'll walk away so we can get this price running here. Oops, I'll be back at 210. I feel like I know there's been a couple times where I've had some charting that I've done on TradingView, and when I go back and look at it later, it's like been moved. So I'm wondering if like maybe that's what's happened. because the 1, 2, 3 thing is still there. I know I've mentioned that on several times where SSR tripped, and then within 3 days after SSR tripping, you start seeing price running. So that still exists after I corrected it. So I'm just kind of I feel like maybe the chart just went wonky or something. I don't know. Fred said Casey just went past the Wells Fargo home mortgage building in Springfield, Illinois. Parking lot is normally packed with employee cars. There are only 2 cars there. Interesting. Alrighty, guys, I gotta head off. Apes R Us is here. I'm gonna head off, guys. I'll see you at 2:10.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
Struggling to find the perfect music for your productions? MusicVine is home to the best production music in the world for productions that demand more. License a higher quality of music with MusicVine.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. I'm gonna play a little something here. This is words of advice. I was talking to my son this weekend, and I told him, I said, you know, he may have actually been one of the ones that I'm not sure if it was him or one of my other sons that kind of pointed me in on this life advice. But I think it's like really cool stuff. I know there's one thing that I've never done in my lifetime that I want to do at some point. This is like 2.5 minutes of your time that I'm going to take. But I'm going to toast to the future and my 5 suits. And you're going to be like, your 5 suits? What the heck does that mean? Well, I'm going to show you. I think to be successful in life, there's one thing that my dad always taught me is to dress the part. If you're going to be if you want to be success, dress the part. He was always very, very clear that you needed to make sure that you looked your best when you wanted to do your best. So cheers to trying to do your best and looking the part. I'm going to play this for you guys so you guys can understand what it is I'm talking about. Cheers.
This is not where you start. Here's a suggestion. They got nice places you can go. Kohl's sell separates. Macy's. Men's Warehouse is a little bit expensive. Suit Supply. The first suit you should buy is a black suit. Black suits can go to everything. Every man has to own a black suit. After you get a black suit, there's 5 suits you need to get black, navy, gray, brown, tan. You get those 5 suits, you get yourself 2 white shirts, get yourself 2 cream color shirts and 2 powder blue shirts. You can make 75 suits with those combinations because every last one of those pants go with every last one of those jackets. Every last one of the jackets goes with every last one of the pants. You cannot mess up. The beige pants will go with the gray jacket. The gray jacket goes with the brown pants. The black pants go with everything. Get you 3 basic color shirts, blue, cream, and white, and then just get yourself some Steve Harvey ties and start living your best life. That's what you do. This over here, this is a don't even do this. You're explaining this to nobody at your house what you bought that one for. My partner, first suit he bought, and I begged him not to, he bought a lavender pinstripe suit. Do you know every time he put that suit on, we knew he had on the lavender pinstripe suit? Because I told him just get a black suit. Man, I want no dry, boring ass black suit. That you can go to church in it, you can go to funeral in it, you can go to wedding in it, you can go to anniversary in it, you can go on job interview in it. You're not getting a job in a lavender pinstripe suit.
All right, so we were driving by a Men's Warehouse, or we were in the vicinity of a Men's Warehouse. I told my son, I said, you know, when this is all said and done, I'm going to be driving back over here to this Men's Warehouse, and I'll be getting, I actually told him 2 suits because I thought it was a 2-suit thing. But I'm going to write this down. I'm going to write down the 5-suit suggestion with the different colored shirts and ties and everything. And I'm going to write it all down, and I'm going to actually go in there, that Men's Warehouse. It might be a little pricey. I have a feeling I'll be able to afford it, but I'm going to get myself those suits. I'm going to get them, and I'm going to have them. I don't know if they're going to be, I might have to get them tailored eventually, you know, if I plan on losing some weight, but I'm going to get them, and I'm going to look dang good. I promise I'm going to look dang good. Because I'm going to dress for success. So, Yucca says salmon. What is a limit buy order, and why it might be hurting AMC's price? I know some of you guys may have not heard me talk about this earlier this morning, but I'm going to talk about it again. For those of you that heard this, I appreciate you sitting through and just listening to this. I'm going to talk about it one last time because I think it's important to talk about. And maybe perhaps it's my fault that I don't talk about it enough. Alex says, I'm wearing a purple suit with green shirt. Well, you're a girl. You can make it work. Alrighty. Why might limit buy orders be hurting AMC's price? I'm going to pull up a picture here. This question was asked on Twitter this weekend. It's a great question. If you don't know the answer to it, then obviously you'd be wondering, you know, what the heck's going on here? Why is my order showing up as negative volume or red volume? Let me show you. This order was filled at 19:59 on the 22nd on Friday. It was placed at 16:07:18, and it included the extended hours. It was good till canceled, and the limit price was $15.39. The average fill price for the order was $15.35. If you put in a limit buy order for less than what the market is currently trading at, what you are effectively saying is that at $14.83, if I put in a limit order price right now for $14.75, I believe that this stock is worth nothing more than $14.75. That's what you're essentially saying. And so the market is incentivized to go down to $14.75 and sell orders at that price. That because you're creating volume right there. You're creating volume. You're saying I want to buy, but only if it's $14.75 or lower. Not a penny more. So when you have that $14.75 order in there that's placed in there, as it rises up on the order book and it gets to your order, The next order that goes through, the selling person will sell to that 1475. Your order will be filled, and you have negative selling volume. If you buy at market price on the ask side, you're buying in green volume because you're driving the price upwards. If you're buying a limit buy order at a price higher than what current market value is, then you're doing the same exact thing. You're applying positive pressure. You're buying into, your limit is buying into buying side volume, which means you're going to have green volume. But when you set it lower, you're incentivizing price to move lower. You're holding price from going up. So that's just something that's important to look at. Now, in regards to their post that they put up there, I'm going to show you how this works. Here was their order, 812 shares. They circled it. They said, wait a minute, why was it red volume? Shouldn't have been red. The price was higher, leading into these purchases at 1539. It was selling volume. The volume sold into 1539 because price was previously higher. And it came down to meet 1539 to fill the order, making negative volume pressure. This is not how you move a stock price up. You move it up by slapping the ask. And a lot of people don't know what slapping the ask means, but it means buying the ask side of the orders. This is you basically putting out a price that's lower and says, I'll take anybody who's willing to sell at a lower price. When that transaction goes through, price goes lower. 85 down to 84 creates lower price. Price is still the same, 84, 85. You're not going to see green again. Okay, so these must have been neutral orders. You had green, let's see, so you should see some, if it's moving back up, we should see, okay, so it's moving back down, 83s, 84s will be green again here. Here's 84s that are green. You want to create green volume, you gotta buy the ask. That's the key here. The key takeaway is you have to buy on this side. You can't create orders down here, lower prices, and expect those to move the price upwards. They won't. So I'm just throwing that out there because there seems to be a little bit of confusion within the community about which, how limit buy orders work and when you place them, how they impact price. Steve says, my girlfriend always asks me why I have so many suits in my closet. She doesn't understand. Ape says, I'm buying a bathrobe after this is over. Joe says, nothing touches my body but snake skin. Yo says, I basically got my current job in board shorts at the beach. It's okay. It's not for everybody. I understand. I get it. MCon's going with a loincloth. Excellent. Make sure, what state do you live in? I'm gonna avoid that state. I'm going to log into Fidelity, guys. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to consider it. It could help prevent somebody from being on your account that isn't meant to be on your account. I'm going to go ahead and refresh Fidelity here, and then you guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing at this point. And we'll cover the numbers one last time before the end of the day. Let me drag over a couple screens and we'll get into this. In the description and also pinned to the top today, you'll see a link to some of the information that I've written out about buy and limit orders and different types of orders and how they may impact market price on a squeeze play based off of both buying and selling. That could potentially help you. Let's go ahead and take a look at these numbers. Starting with off exchange, 58.09 and 12.8 on the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh. We got 59.34 in the off exchange and 11.92 in the EDGX, giving us a total of 71.26% of our volume going through off exchanges. That's not all of our off exchange data, but it's a big, vast majority of it. Those are large numbers. Those are very large numbers. Refreshing to see how many shares have been borrowed since the beginning of the day today. We had 488,000 shares having been borrowed according to Ortex an hour ago. It's now 132,000. That's going to have a little bit of a decreasing effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is currently showing at 18.44%. Cost to borrow average at 9.83, cost to borrow max at 10.18, and min at 8.27. Shares on loan is 137.33. That's about 5.2 million shares less than what it was day over day. 2 million of that was short interest and roughly. And most of it was newer short interest or loans that were closed out as positions due to the fact that on loan average age per day increased. Taking a look at options. At a $16 strike price, an hour ago there was 8.1 thousand contracts. There's now 9.1. On the puts at a $15 strike, an hour ago we had 5.5 and we now have 6.3 thousand contracts. Market's still suggesting a closing price between 15 and 16. GME is currently fourth most heavily traded stock on Fidelity based off of orders with a 72% buy to 28% sell ratio, and AMC is currently in 11th with a 61% buy to 39% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $13.95. Shares available to borrow only appears to be, oh, they did borrow another 50,000. That puts us at 1.1 million shares traded, or borrowed, I shouldn't say traded, borrowed for the day to day. The fees went from 7.6 to 7.2 earlier. There's currently 94.4 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 8.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 32.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.87, Dow Jones is down 0.04, and the S&P 500 is down 0.26. We currently have 3,467 decliners to 3,421 advancers. The market is declining over advancing. The VIX is up 4.13, IWB is down 0.29, IWD is up 0.13, IWM is up 0.22. Tesla is down 1.28, Amazon down 1.58, Cinemark is up 1.32, Doge is down 5.59, Bitcoin is down 4.04%, GME is down 5.29, HYMC is down 1.3, Hood is down 3.08, and CMI is up 0.89, and AMC is down 4.27%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have a $5 million difference with more outflow, and 18.63 million shares having been traded so far with only 34 minutes left of trading. Putting us on pace for 20.4 million shares traded for the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 and 40 million. Looks like we're going to hit that number. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.18, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.69, which is average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.01, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.85, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure. Nope. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 42, which is below average. We're struggling to get this back up here. Never got the cup and handle that I was suggesting we might be seeing somewhere around this time frame that I was looking at, around 12:30 maybe. Never actually got that. Really looks like we're testing a multiple bottom here of 1481, which is where we're at currently. I mean, it is just riding the bottom side of 1480 big time. So we may see a breakout here. This does appear to be a bearish triangle. I don't even know where to draw this at. It may or may not break out before the end of the day, leaving out just the tip. It could break out really close to the end of the day downwards. I know it's already right there. It's really close. If it does break out of this, it would definitely push down and trigger that synthetic price failure, which is around 1478 to 1469-ish range. We'll have to see if it continues down to that 1442. SSR does trip down here at 1395. I'm not expecting to see that happen just yet. If we were to have a breakout going down further, it would probably be tomorrow and could lead into it could lead down to the $12 range. With that, I can see what you guys are writing. And that is that's a bearish triangle. The ice is smaller today. I don't know why. My ice machine's not making it as thick as it used to. Doesn't have that same clinky sound, does it? It's like sloshing. Gone. Finished it all. Don't forget, guys, that in 2 more days, on Wednesday, we have the Fed coming in, adjusting interest rates. How many basis points? Right now, it's leaning towards a 75. There's a 75% chance at a 75 basis points, or what am I trying to say? I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It's basically, we're looking at a target range of 225 to 250 target range in basis points. So we had the original 250s, and then we had a 75. Let me think, where was the other one? Oh yeah, the current target is 150 to 175. So we must have had 350. Did we have 350s and then a 75? I can't remember if it was 350s and then a 75 increase. I can't remember. Maybe somebody can help refresh my memory. I feel like we only had 250 increases and then a 75, but maybe it was 3. Three-quarters of a percent. You know, EJ Declector, when I went through the first market reset, what I would call recession, back in 2001, the .com actually was really like kind of 2000. It kind of started really in like 2000, but through the whole .com and 9/11 and all that kind of junk, I said the same thing. I said the exact same thing. I swear I'll never again invest in the stock market. And it took me a few years. It took me it took me a few years to become a believer in the market to where I felt like I could make money again and be successful. I think part of it probably was waiting out the bearish market. Um, I think the Wolf of Wall Street made a very interesting point when he had his interview with Trey, and he said that anybody can make money in a bullish market. It's only professionals that can make money in a bearish market. And I'm here to tell you that I believe completely in what it is that he had to say. So I can understand your point of view. It feels horrible. My hopes for you is that when this is all said and done, that you'll feel a little bit differently about things in the future, and you may have a new perspective. I believe that. I really, truly, and honestly do believe that you'll probably have a different perspective on the market afterwards. The question is, are you going to be able to weather your emotions? Because that's what really gets us in trouble the most as investors, is our emotions. Remtax says, I just hit the dislike button. Keep it that way, buddy. It's okay. It's okay, man. I get nothing out of this, so it doesn't matter one way or the other. Like or dislike, it doesn't matter. In fact, I don't know. We need to come up with a day. We need to come up with a day where one day every single one of you guys hits dislike. Uh, I just think it would just be absolutely hysterical. I'm against the machine, man. I'm a rage against the machine kind of guy, and if there's anything I hate more is people telling me I can't do something that I want to do. So if you guys want to hit that dislike button, hit it. Hit it just to hit it, just because, dang it, people told you to hit the like button. Well, hit the dislike. Hit it. It makes you feel good. Go for it. It's not going to hurt me here. I'm not confined by likes. I'm not. I don't care. It's great. That's the great thing about where it is where you're at, guys. It doesn't matter what you do. I'm still here one way or the other. It makes it seriously. It makes me like more every single day. If I see a dislike, it makes me more encouraged to know that there's people that are coming back to continuously hit dislike. If you keep coming back and you hit dislike, I'm gonna be here even more. That makes me more invested in what it is that I'm doing here. There's nothing more ironic than a bunch of army guys listening to Rage Against the Machine. Yeah, I understand. Clark, I appreciate you. Every single one of us have a part in this community, man. Every single one of us. Pam, I love The Matrix. When they played that song at the end of The Matrix, I don't know if you listen to Ape Radio or not, but they played that at the end of their show. If they hadn't taken that first, I probably would have played that as the outro every single day on this live stream because I love it so much. That beginning of that intro is just like so like that song is just so spot on. It's like perfect. You, Jana, you do whatever makes you feel happy. Um, I did. I kind of discussed that a little bit earlier about GME and or I didn't discuss GME and Blockbuster, but I just discussed Blockbuster, asking people if they had seen that was something that was kind of talked about over the weekend. I know I said I finished my drink, guys, but the ice melted. I had a little bit of water in there, some alcohol flavored water. Ken says it's like taking the no credit in the credit no credit class. I don't have to worry about the final. It's great, right? Baldy 385 says when I see Pam, I know I'm in the right place. Oh, Pam says she listens to it when she's doing weights in the gym. My wife and I are gonna get back to the gym here, Pam, real soon, and I don't know how long it's gonna take. We probably have to wait for Drinky Drink to disappear before that happens, but we've already kind of talked about it. Like we really need to start changing changing lifestyles. So we'll probably start hitting the gym. I don't know if I'm gonna play music or not when I go to the gym, but that would definitely be on my playlist for sure. Ken says, "Who needs credit for organic gardening?" Mike says, "You've mentioned previously how we tend to go on a bigger run after SSR day. Is the runs random or are they associated with some sort of data?" I'm gonna say this, Mike. Sorry, wait, yeah, Mike. I'm gonna say this. Not always, right? Like we've tripped SSR plenty of times in the past and never seen any kind of movement upwards in price afterwards. But I'm just saying that there has been one thing that remains true is this, and I'll just drag it back over here. Prior to the run up in January, we tripped SSR on the 20th of January, and then within 3 days later, price really started ripping. Again, we tripped SSR on May 19th. 3 days later, price started ripping. We tripped SSR on Friday. I don't know if we're going to start ripping 3 days later or not. I really don't. I'm just saying that it's not just these 2 points. We can go over to GME and we can take a look at GME as well in January of last year. And sure enough, GME on the 15th of January triggered SSR. And then 4 days later, their price really started. It did start ripping a little bit before that, but the big rip started 4 days later. So there just happens to be a trend that SSR does tend to trip just before a big price run. It doesn't mean that it always leads to that. It just, we've definitely seen, I see a pattern here. I've seen a pattern. Doesn't have to mean something. I've just seen that it does tend to mean something. Not always. So don't get all like Casey said it's going to run in 3 days. Don't say that. No, Don't go there, because you know what I say. It's 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks. Myself says, to be honest, I just want a burrito. Chipotle? Do you guys have Chipotle where you live? Myself, just out of curiosity. Janice says, I feel like they won't let us rip without waiting like a week or two after August 4th. Z-Man, welcome back. Good to see you. How are you doing, Z-Man? What's on your mind? It's really weird. I know Dr. Zeno and Z-Man aren't the same person, but whenever I see Z-Man, that's all I can think of is Dr. Zeno. It's just the Z thing. I don't know, my head. Me personally, why am I getting a data? I'm getting data. My stream's going to end. Hold on a second, guys. All right, now it's back to excellent connection. I don't know what just happened, but yeah, I was getting shorted there for a second. What I'm going to say though, Z-Man, is I personally don't like to feel the way that people want me to feel. I like to feel the opposite. If somebody wants me to feel a certain way, I say F them. I'm going to feel how I want to feel because I'm not going to let somebody else tell me how to feel. So, F them. They want me to panic? I'm going to be cool. They want me to cry? I'm going to laugh. They want me to sell? I'm going to buy. I'm going to do the opposite. That's what I want. You guys are entitled to do whatever you want to do. If you want to feel angry, feel angry. Dino says, you're not the boss of me. Exactly. I'll cry if I want to. Myself says, so you're just an asshole, basically always doing the opposite. Pretty much. That's why I could never probably go into the military. Although I really wanted to serve. I really did want to serve, so. Brian Carpenter says it sounds like a Cat Stevens. Somebody told me one time that I sound like Cat Stevens. I never really, I didn't really think so, but whatever. My parents took me to the Cat Stevens bar, and I think it was Cat Stevens bar. And wait a minute, hold on a second. No, it wasn't Cat Stevens. What's the name of that guy? Hold on. Am I right? No, it wasn't Cat Stevens. No, but I have been told that I sound like Cat Stevens before. I sure don't know his real name. Myself says I can imagine a drill sergeant ordering you to give him 10 push-ups and you'd be like, nope, not feeling like it. Maybe now that I'm older myself, that's probably more like me. But when I was younger, I was gung ho, willing to do whatever I was told to do. I was a yes man. A little bit older in life, I've learned some things. I did not know that, Haze Monster. Oh man, I used to listen to Casey Kasem on a daily basis, Juanito. I used to love Casey Kasem on the weekends. Oh man, I could not get enough of his countdowns. And I love that he would tell like some kind of like really cool, interesting fact about the music, and then he would play the music, and you like appreciated it so much more, even though it didn't really matter what it was that he told you that was really cool about it. But for some reason, you just still appreciated the music that much more. Yes, I do know that now. I didn't Haze Monster. I didn't know that until just recently. Somebody mentioned that Casey Kasem did Shaggy's voice, and I was like, really? That's insane. I had no idea. I had to look it up because I didn't believe him. Ruff roll. I can't. I can't do it. There's no way I could do it. I can't do a Shaggy. Tom says the army fixed my feelings and emotional problems. Now I have none. It's kind of sad, man. My mom used to listen. I think my mom used to listen to Paul Harvey all the time. L.A. I'm gonna have to ask her the story behind it, but I think I might I might be getting Paul Harvey confused with somebody else. I think I'm getting him confused with somebody else. We used to call there was some guy that she has a recording of me on a radio where we called some guy on the radio, and I can't remember what his name was, but yeah, Paul Harvey was the rest of the story guy. I wish I could remember who it was that we called. I hope she's listening right now. Maybe she'll type it in. And now you know the rest of the story. But he was 60 Minutes though, right? Wasn't Paul Harvey 60 Minutes? Hold on a second. I gotta look this up. Yeah, he was the 60 Minutes guy, right? Pretty sure he was. My dad used to watch 60 Minutes like every single night when he'd come home from working. It was basically like 60 Minutes was on when we were eating dinner every night. This is what happens. This is the life of a family who has parents, or well, I should just, yeah, parents that worked in the military and at the Pentagon. Every single night was 60 Minutes. Oh, Andy Rooney was 60 Minutes. Okay, so it was Paul Harvey that we called then. Yeah, it was Paul Harvey that we called because I can never remember the difference between Andy Rooney and Paul Harvey. Paul Harvey was the guy we called. Somewhere out there, I have a video. I have a recording tape of me talking to Paul Harvey when I was like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years old, maybe 4. And he was asking me how old I was, and then he honked a horn for every year that I was old. I think it was 4, maybe it's 3. I don't know. I gotta find it. I've got the tape somewhere, or maybe my mom has it. Buck says, "Are you sure it wasn't Bozo?" I should find it. I should find the tape and then play it to you guys so you guys can hear what I don't know if it was 3 or 4 years old, Casey sounded like. It was pretty cute, not gonna lie. Well, the market was suggesting in the options that we would close somewhere close to $15 to $16, and here we are at 14.92. So it's kind of interesting to see that we're a little bit lower. Options had it wrong today. I think in the aftermarket hours, Stephen will probably hit that 20 million though. Maybe not. I don't know. It could die off. MG says, "Hey Casey, make one of those suits a basic tux. The gray suit should be a summer wool suit. Make the shirts 100% cotton, no exceptions. Noteworthy, wool wicks away moisture and it lasts forever." You know what, MG? I'm gonna have to get in touch with you when it comes time to go buy those suits. We'll sit down and write everything down on a list, and because I'm gonna do it, man. I think I need to go out there, and I think I need to buy those. Yeah, Hayden, I'm gonna touch on what you said there real quick. I'm just I'm not I'm not talking about it. I'm just staying away from it. The interesting thing that I think is kind of funny about it though is that well, no, I said I was gonna stay silent. I'm staying silent. Stay silent, Casey. Don't say nothing. Got nothing to say. I just erased everything from last week that I was going to cover in regards to talking about. There may have been one item that I may have missed today, but I think I got most of it. I think there was one particular piece that I said I was going to cover this week that I didn't really cover, and that was stock splits versus dividend splits. That was something that I said that I was going to kind of go over, but I really, really, really felt like it was important to talk about what is the limit buy order and why it might be hurting AMC's price. Perhaps, and I've already got the information because I did kind of go over this information, but I still am probably going to talk about that stock dividend versus split. I think it's kind of something that it's kind of important to talk about, I think, a little bit. I like my guests too, Buck. Well, I think you guys are good people. I think we have a pretty cool group of people that are talking in the chat room on a constant basis, and I enjoy you guys. But I hate to do this to you. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. I bet you didn't realize what time it was. Tomorrow's another day of trading, so you need to be ready for it. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Go out and walk your pets or something, for crying out loud. Go out and see a movie for all intents and purposes. There's some good movies out there. I finally saw Top Gun. It was good. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. It leaves me behind every time. I just can't help myself. That is pretty funny. Oh man. All right, see you guys in a bit, or tomorrow rather.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Very unspoken, to be broken. Feelings are intense, words are trivial. Pleasures remain, so does the pain. Words are meaningless and forgettable. All ever wanted, all ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary, they can only do harm. All ever wanted, all ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary, they can only do harm. All ever wanted, all ever needed is here in my arms. Words are very unnecessary, they can only do harm. In enjoy the silence.